February 2026 marked one of the most sensitive moments for the British royal family in many years. According to sources familiar with the investigation process, authorities unexpectedly conducted an official interview with Prince Andrew at the Sandringham estate on the very day of his 66th birthday. The fact that a senior member of the royal family was taken for questioning inside an estate closely associated with the monarchy immediately attracted the attention of the media and political observers. What surprised many even more was the nature of the allegation. This time, the issue was no longer centered on the personal controversies that had seriously damaged Andrew's public image in the past. According to several leaked investigation documents, he was suspected of having connections to the sharing or leaking of sensitive British government information to individuals linked to the network of Jeffrey Epstein. If these suspicions were proven true, the legal consequences could be extremely serious. About 11 hours after being taken in for questioning, Andrew was released. However, his relatively quick departure from the interview location did little to reduce the tension that was spreading. Buckingham Palace remained almost completely silent. No detailed statement was issued. This silence led many analysts to believe that difficult discussions were taking place inside the royal family about how to manage the crisis. At that time, King Charles was 77 years old and undergoing cancer treatment. Several signs suggested that the role of Prince William in internal decision-making was becoming increasingly visible. Many sources believed that the king was gradually transferring responsibilities to his heir. Meanwhile, the influence of Queen Camilla was said to be under closer scrutiny, especially regarding her personal relationships with Sarah Ferguson and others who had maintained close ties with Andrew. In contrast, Catherine, Princess of Wales, was widely viewed as the figure helping stabilize the image of the monarchy during this turbulent period. Her appearances in public were analyzed as part of a broader strategy to maintain public confidence. All of these developments raised an important question. Was this simply an isolated investigation, or was it a signal that the balance of power within the British royal family was beginning to shift? Do you think Prince William is right to completely cut ties with Andrew's circle, or does Queen Camilla have the right to maintain her long-standing friendship with Sarah Ferguson? Comment number 1, if you support William, or number 2, if you support Camilla. But to understand why tensions escalated so quickly, we need to return to February 19, 2026, the moment many observers believe marked the beginning of the entire story. February 19, 2026 quickly became an especially sensitive milestone in the modern history of the British royal family. According to several sources familiar with the investigation process, authorities conducted a formal interview with Prince Andrew at the Sandringham estate, where he had been staying in recent weeks. The fact that a royal family member who once served as the United Kingdom's special trade envoy was questioned inside a location closely tied to the royal family immediately attracted intense attention from the media and political observers. What made this incident particularly shocking was not the identity of the person under investigation, but the nature of the accusation itself. According to documents believed to come from individuals with knowledge of the investigation, Andrew was suspected of involvement in the sharing or leaking of certain sensitive information during the time he served as the United Kingdom Special Trade Envoy from 2001 to 2011. These materials were believed to have connections to individuals within the network of Jeffrey Epstein. Although the specific details have not been fully disclosed, the mere possibility that a royal family member who once had access to sensitive government documents could be linked to this notorious network was enough to trigger a major wave of concern. For many royal analysts, this event appeared to be another chapter in a story that had been unfolding for many years. In 2019, Andrew's interview with the BBC was widely regarded as one of the greatest media disasters in modern royal history. Instead of calming public doubts about his relationship with Epstein, the interview severely damaged his public image. After that interview, Andrew largely disappeared from official duties and gradually withdrew from public life. However, many people within royal circles were believed to have recognized the risk much earlier. Some long-time royal watchers said that Prince William had expressed the view that Andrew's relationship with Epstein could continue to pose a serious threat to the credibility of the monarchy. According to these sources, William repeatedly emphasized that resolving the issue surrounding Andrew was necessary to protect the long-term future of the royal family. At that time, however, this position did not always receive complete agreement within the family. For many years, Queen Elizabeth II was believed to have tried to maintain a balance between her responsibility as head of state and her role as a mother. Andrew was still allowed to remain at Royal Lodge in Windsor and continued to maintain a certain level of presence within royal family life. King Charles, who was then Prince of Wales, was also believed to favor a cautious approach in order to avoid intensifying internal tensions. But the events that unfolded in February 2026 changed that entire context. Within just a few hours after news of the questioning was leaked, several palace sources said that urgent discussions began among senior advisors. The issue was no longer simply Andrew's personal reputation. This time, the larger question concerned the level of risk to the monarchy itself if the allegations involving government documents were truly confirmed. In that context, the role of Prince William began to stand out more clearly. Sources familiar with internal royal operations said that William had taken part directly in discussions about how the royal family should respond to the crisis. For him, this was not simply a matter of handling a media scandal. It was also a question of protecting the legitimacy of the monarchy in the eyes of the British public and the international community. The next steps showed a noticeably firmer approach than in previous years. Andrew continued to be stripped of his military titles, and the public roles he had already lost were not restored. British media sources also reported that the possibility of him continuing to reside long-term at Royal Lodge was being reviewed. Many observers believed this was a sign that the royal family was attempting to create a clear distance between the institution and the controversies surrounding Andrew. For the public, this shift also reflected a new reality within the power structure of the monarchy. William was increasingly viewed as the figure guiding strategic decisions related to the image and future of the monarchy. Meanwhile, King Charles still held the central constitutional role, but was believed to be facing significant health challenges. Media analysts noted that the events of February 2026 could become an important turning point. It did not only mark a new phase in the long-running story of controversies linked to Andrew, it also showed that a gradual shift of power was taking place inside the royal family. And at this moment, another question began to emerge. Why did Prince William have such a prominent role in the most important royal decisions? The answer, according to many sources, could be directly related to the health condition of King Charles and the changes taking place behind the doors of Buckingham Palace. When looking back at the recent turbulence surrounding the British royal family, many analysts believed that understanding the current shift in the way power operates begins with one decisive factor. That factor is the health condition of King Charles. The king officially ascended the throne in September 2022, following the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. At that time, he was 73 years old, becoming the oldest monarch ever to ascend the throne in modern British history. His wait for the crown was also considered the longest in the history of the British monarchy, lasting many decades, from the time he served as Prince of Wales. During the first months of his reign, Charles expressed a desire to build the image of a stable monarchy that was responsive to modern social issues. He continued many initiatives he had long supported, including programs related to the environment, sustainable architecture, and education. However, less than 2 years after his accession, a major development emerged that quickly changed the rhythm of the entire royal institution. In February 2024, Buckingham Palace announced that the king had been diagnosed with cancer. The announcement immediately caused shock in the United Kingdom as well as across many countries of the Commonwealth. According to palace sources, the illness was discovered during a medical examination connected to a previous treatment procedure. Although detailed information about the type of cancer was not made public, the fact that the king had entered a long-term course of treatment raised many questions about his ability to maintain the same level of workload in the years ahead. For many royal observers, the timeline itself was the most striking element. Only about 17 months after officially ascending the throne, King Charles was already facing a health battle that could last for many years. This situation forced significant adjustments to his schedule. Several international visits were shortened or delegated to other members of the royal family. Some ceremonial duties were reorganized in order to reduce the pressure placed on the king. In that context, the role of Prince William began to change in a noticeable way. As the direct heir to the throne, William had long been prepared for greater responsibilities. However, since 2024, his level of involvement in important royal decisions was believed to have increased significantly. Many media advisors in London believed that the period from 2025 to 2026 was witnessing a practical transfer of responsibilities, even though it was not yet an official constitutional transition. One of the most frequently mentioned signs was William's deeper involvement in decisions related to royal warrants. These are royal certifications granted to companies that supply goods and services to the royal household, and they also carry significant symbolic value for branding and the economy. For many decades, the granting or renewal of royal warrants had usually been associated with senior members of the royal family. The fact that William had begun to take part directly in this process was seen as an indication that he was gradually assuming a larger role in shaping the image and network of relationships surrounding the monarchy. Not limited to symbolic decisions, Prince William was also believed to be increasingly involved in strategic discussions about the long-term direction of the monarchy. Issues such as restructuring royal operations, reducing the number of working members of the royal family, and increasing transparency in public activities had all been topics of discussion in recent years. Another factor that made this period particularly complex was that Catherine, Princess of Wales, was also facing a serious health challenge. In March 2024, Catherine announced that she was undergoing cancer treatment and would temporarily withdraw from public duties to focus on recovery. The news surprised many people because Catherine had long been regarded as one of the most stable public faces of the royal family for many years. The fact that both the King and the Princess of Wales had to undergo medical treatment during the same period created significant pressure on the royal schedule. During that time, William not only assumed additional responsibilities representing the king at certain events, but also had to balance his professional duties with his responsibilities as a husband and father. According to royal analysts, this unusual situation accelerated the transfer of responsibilities faster than many observers had previously expected. When Charles turned 77 in 2026, many people in royal watching circles believed that the king was gradually granting William greater practical authority in several areas. What is notable is that this process was not announced as a formal plan. Instead, it unfolded through a series of smaller decisions that carried strategic importance. William appeared more frequently at important meetings, took on representative roles during official visits, and became more deeply involved in shaping the communication strategy of the royal family. For supporters of the monarchy, this was viewed as a necessary preparation for the future. Allowing an heir to take on greater responsibility before formally ascending the throne could help ensure a stable transition when that moment eventually arrives. However, this shift also raised another question. If William was gradually taking on a larger role in shaping the future of the monarchy, what exactly would his vision for the institution look like? According to many internal sources, the answer might lie in a modernization plan that William was believed to be advancing with cautious support from King Charles himself. As analysts began to observe more closely the increasingly prominent role of Prince William in recent years, one theme appeared repeatedly. It concerned the way he viewed the future of the monarchy. According to several sources familiar with internal discussions, William was not preparing for the role of heir in a purely traditional way. He was believed to be promoting a new approach, in which the royal institution would operate with levels of transparency and accountability closer to those of a modern organization. This idea did not emerge suddenly. Over many years, William and Catherine had developed charitable initiatives through the Royal Foundation. The organization operates with a relatively clear governance structure, including an executive board, financial reporting, and specific strategic goals. The annual reports of the Royal Foundation are published publicly, allowing both the public and donors to follow in detail how funds are used. For William, that model was considered an example of how institutions connected to the monarchy could operate with greater transparency in the modern era. According to observers who closely follow the Prince of Wales' activities, William's position appears fairly clear. The monarchy can no longer rely solely on tradition and symbolism to maintain its place in society. In a society that increasingly demands transparency from public institutions, even the monarchy must demonstrate clearly how resources are managed and how decisions are made. Some commentators have described William's vision in a simple but understandable way. The monarchy of the future may operate in a manner somewhat similar to a large corporation, in which the head of the institution functions like a chief executive officer. Senior members act as a leadership team, and major activities are monitored through clear reporting systems. This approach is also connected to another idea that has been widely discussed among royal observers. It is the concept of a slimmer monarchy. For many years, experts have questioned whether the large number of royal family members involved in public duties remains suitable in the current environment. According to some sources, William is believed to support a model in which only a smaller group of royal family members hold official roles and carry out duties representing the nation. This concept is closely tied to a principle frequently mentioned in internal discussions. There should be no tolerance for scandals that could damage the credibility of the monarchy. This view became more pronounced after the long-running controversies associated with Prince Andrew. For William, each major scandal does not only affect the individual involved, but also weakens public confidence in the entire institution. Another area that illustrates William's approach is the management of the Duchy of Cornwall. This duchy provides a significant source of income for the heir to the throne and has a history stretching back many centuries. When William became Duke of Cornwall following the accession of King Charles, he inherited responsibility for managing this extensive estate, which includes land, property, and a wide range of economic activities. According to sources familiar with the internal administration of the duchy, William requested a review of several operational procedures that had existed for a long time. Some reports suggested that he wanted a clearer understanding of how investment decisions were made, how contracts were signed, and how revenue streams were used. Individuals working within the duchy system said that the questions raised were not intended to immediately change the entire structure, but rather to ensure that every activity could be clearly explained to the public if necessary. Analysts believe this approach reflects an important principle in William's leadership style. Instead of launching sudden reforms that could provoke strong reactions from those who support tradition, he appears to favor gradual change. Small adjustments are implemented year by year, creating a slow but steady transformation. This method helps reduce the perception that long-standing royal traditions are being replaced too quickly. However, even this cautious approach does not mean that everyone within the royal family fully agrees with it. Inside the palace, discussions about the future direction of the monarchy sometimes reflect differences of opinion between generations. Some royal family members are believed to support maintaining many of the traditional elements that have shaped the image of the monarchy for centuries. These differences do not always become visible in public. But according to many long-time observers, during sensitive periods, different views about how to balance tradition and modernization can become a quiet source of internal tension. For that reason, when Prince William's modernization plans began to be discussed more frequently in conversations about the future of the monarchy, another question slowly emerged. If the royal family was truly entering a period of change, who would become the strongest supporter of that new vision, and who might become the greatest obstacle? According to several sources close to the royal household, the answer to that question could lead to an unexpected figure. That figure was not a politician and not an outside advisor. It was Queen Camilla. While Prince William reform plans were increasingly mentioned in discussions about the future of the monarchy, another issue also began to surface within royal circles. It concerned the long-standing relationship between Queen Camilla and Sarah Ferguson, the former Duchess of York. For many outside observers, this might appear to be nothing more than a personal friendship that had lasted for decades. Yet, in a period when the monarchy was dealing with a series of crises related to reputation and public trust, this relationship became a subject of considerable debate. Camilla and Sarah Ferguson were believed to have known each other since the 1970s, when both moved within the same social circles in Britain. According to many royal biographers, their relationship endured through many ups and downs experienced by the Windsor family. Even after Sarah divorced Prince Andrew in 1996, she continued to maintain certain personal connections with members of the royal family, including Camilla. On several informal occasions, the two women were believed to have remained in contact and to have met at social gatherings. However, controversies surrounding Sarah Ferguson in the past occasionally made this relationship a sensitive matter. One detail frequently mentioned involved emails that appeared in documents related to Jeffrey Epstein. In certain records, Sarah was said to have sent a message thanking Epstein after he assisted in resolving a financial debt she faced in 2009. Later investigations did not conclude that she was involved in any criminal wrongdoing. Nevertheless, the fact that her name appeared in documents connected to Epstein still created an unfavorable perception among the public. It was precisely this issue of public perception that reportedly made Prince William especially cautious. According to several sources familiar with internal discussions, William believed that the monarchy could no longer afford additional controversies connected to relationships linked to the Epstein network. After years spent dealing with the consequences of scandals associated with Prince Andrew, any connection, even an indirect one, could weaken efforts to restore public confidence. Some royal observers summarize the issue with a striking number. A friendship lasting more than 50 years in the current environment could become a factor that risks further eroding public trust in the monarchy. In an era where image and transparency are considered essential for public institutions, personal relationships are sometimes examined far more strictly than they were in the past. However, Camilla's perspective was believed to be different from William's view. People close to the Queen said that she has always placed great value on personal loyalty. During decades spent in the center of royal controversy, Camilla experienced periods when she faced intense criticism and isolation from the public. Because of that, she was believed to value long-standing relationships with people who had supported her during difficult times. This does not mean that Camilla ignored the potential risks to the image of the monarchy. According to many analysts, she had supported firm decisions related to Prince Andrew, including the removal of his public roles after earlier controversies. However, her approach was often described as more personal and cautious, rather than completely severing long-standing social relationships. The difference in perspective reflects two generations shaped by very different experiences. William represents a new generation of leadership that grew up during an era of global media and social networks, where every relationship can quickly become a subject of public debate. Camilla, by contrast, belongs to a generation accustomed to managing internal matters more discreetly. At a time when the monarchy is attempting to reshape its public image, this difference is not always easy to reconcile. Discussions about how to balance personal loyalty with the need to protect the credibility of the institution were believed to have taken place several times during internal meetings. As internal debates about the future direction of the monarchy became more visible, another figure began to appear more frequently in the analysis of royal observers. That figure was Catherine, Princess of Wales. For many years, Catherine had been viewed by the public primarily as a stable and uncontroversial presence within the Windsor family. Yet, in the context of recent crises, several sources suggested that her role behind the scenes had become significantly more important. According to individuals familiar with the internal operations of royal offices, Catherine was believed to have participated actively in discussions about how to manage sensitive media situations. This became especially clear during the period when controversies related to Prince Andrew once again became a major focus of the press. Meetings between communication advisors, legal teams, and senior palace staff were believed to occur more frequently in order to assess potential risks and prepare appropriate responses to growing public attention. Some analysts suggested that Catherine brought an approach quite different from that of many previous royal figures. Instead of responding only after a crisis had already erupted, she was believed to support preparing strategies in advance, including closely monitoring public reactions and adjusting communication messages at each stage. Professionals working in royal communications observed that this method resembled the crisis management strategies used by large organizations, where every public statement and image is carefully considered. Within this context, the presence of Catherine alongside Prince William during public events was viewed by many as part of a broader strategy to stabilize the image of the monarchy. When news spread that Prince Andrew had been questioned, the public quickly noticed a symbolic detail. During a public event held not long afterward, William and Catherine appeared together before the media. They carried out all scheduled activities exactly as planned, while avoiding direct comments about the controversy that was dominating public discussion. This detail quickly became a subject of analysis in the British press. Some commentators suggested that the calm appearance of the Wales couple before the public was intended to send a message about the stability of the monarchy. What drew additional attention was that during that same period Queen Camilla did not appear at a similar public event. Her absence may have been related to her schedule or other factors. Even so, it led many observers to question whether there were differences in the way senior members of the royal family were responding to the crisis. According to several sources close to the palace, it was precisely this difference in approach that created certain tensions behind the scenes. Some believed that Camilla felt her role in shaping the image of the monarchy was gradually narrowing as William and Catherine became more visible in decisions related to communications and public strategy. People familiar with the Queen said that she had spent many years facing intense public criticism and therefore had her own perspective on how to manage media pressure. Some commentators even suggested that Camilla was concerned that Catherine emerging as a public face of the royal transition might draw greater attention to the next generation, while King Charles was still the head of state. From that perspective, the prominent presence of William and Catherine during moments of crisis could unintentionally create the impression that the center of power was shifting faster than expected. However, other sources suggested that King Charles appreciated the role Catherine was playing during this sensitive period. People close to the king said he viewed her active involvement as a factor that helped reduce pressure on the royal family while he focused on his health treatment. Catherine's ability to maintain a stable public image was also seen as reinforcing public confidence in the future of the monarchy. This cautious support was believed to have created a new balance inside the royal family. William and Catherine increasingly played a proactive role in shaping responses to crises, while Charles continued to hold the central constitutional position. At the same time, these changes also made the internal power relationships within the Windsor family more complex. According to several longtime royal observers, tensions between different viewpoints eventually moved toward a decisive moment. Some internal discussions were believed to have concluded with a firm request that had rarely appeared in previous debates within the Windsor family. By the end of February 2026, the quiet tensions inside the royal family were believed to have entered a decisive phase. According to several sources familiar with discussions behind palace doors, Prince William presented a clear demand concerning the controversy surrounding the relationship between Queen Camilla and Sarah Ferguson. As documents connected to the network of Jeffrey Epstein continued to be mentioned by international media, William reportedly believed that any association, even a social one, could weaken efforts to restore the credibility of the monarchy. According to these sources, William's position was firm. He believed that in order to protect the reputation of the monarchy during a sensitive period, the royal family needed to create a clear distance from figures whose names had appeared in controversies linked to Epstein. This included limiting or ending personal relationships that could generate new speculation from the public and the media. Some royal observers described the situation as a form of internal ultimatum. William was believed to have emphasized that if the monarchy wished to continue building an image of transparency and responsibility in the modern era, difficult decisions would be unavoidable. In this particular situation, he wanted Queen Camilla to publicly distance herself from Sarah Ferguson in order to avoid any suggestion that controversial relationships were being tolerated. At the same time, another factor also contributed to shifting the balance of influence in these discussions. King Charles, who had turned 77 and was still undergoing cancer treatment, was believed to have granted Prince William greater practical authority in handling issues related to the image and credibility of the monarchy. According to several sources close to the palace, the king understood that the next generation would bear responsibility for maintaining public trust in the decades ahead. Allowing William to lead certain difficult decisions could therefore help ensure a smoother transition. For Queen Camilla, this period was believed to be particularly difficult. Some commentators suggested that she found herself increasingly isolated during certain important discussions, as the views of the younger generation within the royal family gained greater influence. In an effort to protect her public image, Camilla was believed to have intensified her involvement in initiatives supporting victims of domestic violence and other social campaigns she had supported for many years. However, even these activities did not escape media scrutiny. Some critics argued that emphasizing campaigns supporting victims while maintaining controversial social relationships could create a conflicting public image. Such criticism added further pressure on Camilla during this period. Meanwhile, Prince William was believed to be prepared to go further if necessary in order to protect the reform vision he was pursuing. According to many observers, if controversial relationships continued to damage the image of the monarchy, William might support reducing the public roles of those involved, even if that meant the influence of certain senior figures would become more limited. These developments suggested that the shift of power within the royal family was no longer merely speculation among observers. It was unfolding gradually through practical decisions and difficult discussions behind the scenes. For many royal watchers, the central question was no longer whether change would occur, but rather how that change would shape the future of the British monarchy in the years ahead. Looking back at the events that unfolded during the first months of 2026, many analysts believed that the British royal family was entering a period of transition rarely seen in its modern history. In constitutional terms, King Charles remained the head of state and the central symbol of the monarchy. In practical terms, however, there were increasing signs that Prince William was assuming a greater role in shaping key decisions, especially those related to public image accountability and the way the royal family responded to crises. In that picture, the key figures appear to be standing in different positions. William is increasingly showing a firm stance on protecting the reputation of the monarchy in the modern era. Catherine, Princess of Wales, is widely seen as his important strategic partner in maintaining a stable public image. Meanwhile, Queen Camilla is believed to be facing a more complex reality. As the influence of the younger generation within the royal family continues to grow, all of these factors are unfolding while the health of King Charles remains a major variable for the future of the monarchy. As the king reaches the age of 77 and continues his cancer treatment, many analysts believe that transferring part of the responsibility to the heir is almost unavoidable. The question is no longer only who will take the throne in the future, but how much the real power of the heir has already begun to change from this moment. From a broader perspective, the debate about the direction of the monarchy in the coming years is also becoming clearer. Some experts believe that William is moving toward a model of a slimmer monarchy, more transparent, and less tolerant of personal scandals. If that model is implemented successfully, the royal family may be able to rebuild public trust in an era when traditional institutions are frequently questioned about their role and legitimacy. However, the opposite scenario also exists. If the controversies related to Prince Andrew continue to drag on or are handled without clear resolution, pressure from the public and from political circles on the monarchy could increase. In a British society that increasingly demands transparency and accountability, any mistake could create long-lasting consequences for the reputation of the royal family. Perhaps the most notable detail in this entire story lies in a number that appears very small. From an interrogation lasting only 11 hours related to Prince Andrew, the entire power structure of the British royal family may be entering a profound process of change within just a few months. What do you think about these developments? Could King Charles choose to abdicate earlier so that the transition becomes clearer? And is Prince William being too strict when he places the reputation of the monarchy above personal relationships? Please share your opinion in the comment section below. If you are interested in the stories behind palace doors and the changes within the British royal family, do not forget to like and subscribe to follow the next analyses. Thank you for taking the time to watch this video. A sparkling tiara, valued at more than 135 million United States dollars, a piece of jewelry once closely associated with the image of Princess Diana, the woman whom millions of people around the world still remember with affection and sorrow. After her tragic death in the year 1997, this tiara almost disappeared from the public spotlight. For nearly 2 decades it was quietly stored in the royal jewelry vault. It did not appear. It was not mentioned, and no member of the royal family used it at any official event. Then, in the year 2015, something unexpected happened. The Cambridge Lovers' Knot tiara suddenly appeared again, and the person wearing it was none other than Catherine, Princess of Wales. That moment immediately drew the attention of royal observers, not only because of the value of the tiara, but also because of the symbolic meaning it carried. From that moment until now, Catherine has worn this tiara a total of 13 times at state and international events. That is not a small number for a royal jewel with such deep historical significance. What makes the story even more interesting is another detail: Queen Camilla, who currently holds the position of queen, has never worn this tiara even once. This immediately raised many questions. Is it simply an ordinary choice of jewelry, or is there a very careful calculation behind it by the British royal family? Some rumors even suggest that Princess Anne played a role in transferring this tiara to Catherine and at the same time preventing Camilla from using it. But is that story really true? Or is this actually a strategic decision designed to protect the public image legacy of Diana? In today's video, we will follow the entire story behind the Cambridge Lovers' Knot tiara, from the more than 200-year history of this jewel to the carefully considered choices made by the British royal family in the modern era. And before, I want to ask you a question. In your opinion, who is more suitable to wear this tiara that symbolizes Diana, Catherine or Camilla? Comment number 1 if you choose Catherine, or number 2 if you choose Camilla. And do not forget to share your reason, because the story behind this tiara may be far more complex than we have ever imagined. To understand why the Cambridge Lovers' Knot tiara has become one of the most debated tiaras in the modern British royal family, we need to go back in history. Not just a few decades, but more than 200 years ago. The origin of this design can be traced back to Princess Augusta of Hesse-Kassel. She was the daughter-in-law of King George III, and also one of the important figures of the British court in the late 18th century. Princess Augusta owned a tiara with a distinctive design featuring interwoven diamond arches and large pearls suspended beneath them. That design later became the inspiration for many other royal jewels. However, the original tiara of Augusta gradually disappeared from the royal collection over time and remained only in portraits and archival records. More than a century later, in the early 20th century, Queen Mary decided to revive this design. She was the wife of King George V and was well known for her special passion for royal jewelry. Queen Mary not only collected jewels, but also frequently commissioned the recreation of historic pieces to suit a new era. Between the years 1913 and 1914, she commissioned the London jeweler Gerard to create a new tiara based on the design of Princess Augusta. At that time, Gerard was the official crown jeweler of the British royal family. The company was responsible for crafting many of the most iconic jewels of the monarchy. The new tiara was created with an extremely complex structure. The entire frame of the tiara was set with diamonds, arranged in curved arches, forming the shape known as lovers' knots. Beneath each arch hung a large pearl. In total, there are 19 natural pearls. All were carefully selected so that their size and luster were almost identical. These pearls were not only rare, but also extremely valuable. Natural pearls before the era of industrial cultivation were among the most expensive gemstones in the world, combined with hundreds of diamonds cut in a classic style. The tiara quickly became one of the most remarkable pieces in the collection of Queen Mary. According to many estimates from royal jewelry experts, if calculated at present international market value, the Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara could reach around 100 to 35 million United States dollars. This is a staggering figure even in the world of high jewelry. And what is remarkable is that its value lies not only in the rare materials, but also in the historical and symbolic significance connected to the British royal family. After Queen Mary passed away, the tiara was passed down to her granddaughter, Queen Elizabeth II. In the early years of her reign, especially during the 1950s, Elizabeth sometimes wore this tiara at diplomatic events and state ceremonies. However, she was not a frequent wearer of it. In the Queen jewelry collection there were dozens of different tiaras, and each one was usually chosen for very specific occasions. The major turning point for the Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara came in the year 1981. That was the moment when Prince Charles married Lady Diana Spencer. In the royal jewelry system, lending a tiara often carries a very special meaning. It is not simply an accessory for a royal bride. It is also a sign that reflects the position of that woman within the royal family. After the wedding, Queen Elizabeth II decided to allow Diana to use the Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara. From that moment, the tiara became closely associated with the image of Diana in the eyes of the public. Throughout the 1980s and the early 1990s, Diana wore this tiara during many overseas tours, state banquets, and important royal events. Photographs of Diana wearing the tiara quickly spread around the world. The sparkle of the diamonds, combined with the gently moving pearls, created an image that was both elegant and majestic. For many people, this became the defining image of a Princess of Wales. However, few people knew that Diana had complained about this tiara several times. It was heavier than its delicate appearance suggested. The diamond arches and the hanging strands of pearls caused the weight to be unevenly distributed. Diana once shared with friends that after wearing it for many hours during long events, the tiara could give her severe headaches. Even so, she continued to wear it because of its symbolic meaning for her role as Princess of Wales. Then came the year 1997. After the car accident in Paris that took Diana's life, many things inside the British royal family suddenly changed. It was not only the way the public viewed the monarchy, but also the symbols associated with Diana became more sensitive than ever before. The Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara was one of them. After Diana's funeral, the tiara almost disappeared from royal events. No female member of the family wore it for many years afterward. This period lasted nearly 18 years. For royal observers, that number was very striking. Within the royal jewelry system, it is rare for an important jewel to remain unseen for nearly 2 decades. Some experts believe the reason was quite simple. The image of Diana wearing the tiara was too powerful in the public memory. Anyone else wearing it at that time would risk being directly compared with Diana. And in a period when public emotion after her death was still very deep, the royal family clearly did not want to create an unnecessary debate. So the tiara was quietly kept in the royal jewelry vault for nearly 2 decades. There was no official announcement explaining this decision, but the silence itself said a great deal. However, the Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara is not only a piece of jewelry connected to historical memories, it is also part of the complex system of rules and traditions inside the British royal family. These jewels are not owned in the usual personal sense. They belong to the royal collection and are allocated according to very specific principles. And to understand why this tiara eventually appeared on Catherine's head after nearly 20 years of absence, We need to look more closely at how the royal jewelry system actually works, because behind every sparkling jewel there is an entire network of decisions, traditions, and carefully calculated image strategy. After understanding the history of the Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara, an important question begins to appear. Who truly has the authority to decide who can wear the tiaras of the British royal family? And are the stories circulating online that Princess Anne transferred this tiara to Catherine and refused to allow Camilla to use it actually true? To answer that question, it is first necessary to understand a basic principle of the royal jewelry system. Most of the famous tiaras of the British royal family are not personal property in the ordinary sense. They belong to the Crown collection. In other words, they are assets of the monarchy, preserved as part of the national heritage. This means that a princess or a queen cannot simply declare permanent ownership of a specific tiara, even if they wear it frequently for many years. The jewel is still considered to be on loan for use at official events. The authority to allocate and decide who may use these jewels ultimately belongs to the head of the royal family. At present, the person who holds that role is King Charles III. During the reign of Queen Elizabeth II, she was the one who made these decisions. The Queen was known to closely oversee the use of royal jewelry. Tiaras were usually chosen based on several factors. These included the position of the wearer within the family, the historical meaning of the jewel, and the visual message the royal family wished to present to the public. This also means that Princess Anne, although she is the daughter of Queen Elizabeth and one of the most senior members of the family, does not have the authority to transfer or refuse a tiara on behalf of others. Anne may have personal opinions. She may participate in discussions within the family, but officially she does not have the power to decide who will wear which jewel. For that reason, the headlines circulating on social media claiming that Princess Anne gave the Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara to Catherine and blocked Camilla from using it are mostly sensational. They create the impression of a power struggle inside the royal family. But when we look at the actual system, the story is far simpler. Another factor that should also be mentioned is the traditional rule surrounding the wearing of tiaras. In the British royal family, a tiara is not a piece of jewelry used every day. It appears only on special occasions, such as state banquets, formal state receptions, or important diplomatic evening events. In addition, there is another long-standing rule. According to tradition, only married women within the royal family are allowed to wear tiaras. This comes from the old belief that a tiara symbolizes maturity and the status of a woman within the royal household. Because of this, unmarried princesses rarely appear wearing a tiara, except on their own wedding day. Rank within the family also plays an important role. Members who hold a higher position in the line of succession usually have more tiara options at official events. However, this does not mean they can use any tiara they want. The choice must still match the visual message the royal family wishes to present to the public at a particular moment. One detail that is rarely known by the public is that the number of tiaras in the royal jewelry vault is actually very large. Historians estimate that the British royal collection includes hundreds of tiaras, if those preserved from earlier centuries are also counted. However, in practice, only a very small number of them are regularly used in modern events. The reason is quite simple. Each tiara carries its own historical story. Some are connected to specific figures in the past. Others carry political or diplomatic meaning. For that reason, the choice of who will wear which tiara is not only a matter of aesthetics, it is also connected to the way the royal family manages its historical memory and its public image. In that context, the return of the Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara, after nearly 2 decades of absence, was not a random decision. This tiara is strongly associated with the image of Princess Diana, and anyone who wears it will almost certainly be compared with her. This makes the next question particularly interesting. If the final decision belongs to the head of the royal family, and if this tiara carries such deep emotional meaning, Then why was the person chosen to wear it Catherine, Princess of Wales, and at the same time Queen Camilla, who now holds the position of Queen of the United Kingdom, has never appeared wearing this tiara even once? Was this simply a coincidence? Or was it a carefully calculated choice designed to maintain emotional balance in the eyes of the public? We will continue to explore the answer right now. When the Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara unexpectedly returned to the public spotlight in the year 2015, many people immediately realized that it was not a random choice. The woman wearing the tiara was Catherine, Princess of Wales, and that moment also marked an important shift in her role within the British royal family. The first time Catherine appeared wearing this tiara was at the diplomatic reception held at Buckingham Palace at the end of the year 2015. This is one of the most formal events in the royal calendar. Hundreds of ambassadors and diplomats from around the world attend. In that setting, the choice of a tiara is not simply a matter of fashion. It carries a clear symbolic meaning. When Catherine entered the reception room wearing the Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara, royal observers immediately recognized the subtle message the palace was sending. The tiara had been closely associated with Princess Diana for more than a decade, and now it appeared on the head of the woman who would one day inherit the title of Princess of Wales. However, what surprised many people even more was how frequently Catherine used this tiara afterward. By the year 2025, Catherine had worn the Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara a total of 13 times at official events. Most of these appearances were at state banquets and formal state receptions. Within the royal jewelry system, that is a notable number. If we look at the entire history of Catherine appearances with tiaras, another number becomes even more striking. Out of the 14 times, Catherine has worn a tiara since marrying Prince William. 9 of those occasions involved the Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara. This means that most of the public images of Catherine wearing a tiara are directly connected with the tiara once worn by Diana. But what is important is that Catherine is not simply recreating the image of Diana. She uses this tiara in her own way. Instead of trying to create similarity, Catherine combines it with a different style of clothing. Softer, more minimal, and more modern than the style seen during Diana era. The year 2025 clearly showed how Catherine uses this tiara as part of her own visual narrative. In July of that year, an event attracted significant attention. Catherine appeared at the state banquet for the President of France during a state visit to the United Kingdom. This was one of her first major appearances after a period of cancer treatment. At that event, Catherine wore a red dress by Givenchy. The design was simple but powerful. On her head was the Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara. The combination immediately drew the attention of international media. Many newspapers described it as the moment marking Catherine's official return to high-level royal duties. A few months later, in September of the year 2025, Catherine again used the tiara during the state visit of the President of the United States. At the state banquet in Buckingham Palace, she wore a yellow gown by the designer Philippa Lepley. The bright color, combined with the sparkle of diamonds and pearls from the tiara, created an image completely different from her earlier appearance. In the photographs taken at the event, Catherine stood beside heads of state and other members of the royal family. The Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara once again became the center of attention, not only because of its beauty, but also because of the historical meaning connected with Diana. By December of the same year, Catherine again attracted attention when she appeared at the state banquet for the President of Germany. However, this time she did not use the Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara. Instead, Catherine chose the Oriental Circlet tiara, another tiara from the royal collection. This decision caught the attention of many observers, because it showed that Catherine is not completely tied to a single symbol. She can flexibly choose different tiaras depending on the occasion. This allows her to build her own image, rather than simply continuing the image of Diana. Even so, the Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara still holds a special role in Catherine's public image story. Whenever this tiara appears, the media and the public almost immediately mention Diana. This creates a powerful emotional bridge between the past and the present of the British royal family. For many people, Catherine seems to be the perfect successor to that symbol, not because she tries to become Diana, but because she understands how to respect Diana's legacy while still building her own path. After many years in the public eye, the image of Catherine wearing the Cambridge lover's knot tiara has gradually become a symbol of resilience and stability. From a woman who entered the royal family under immense pressure, Catherine has slowly proven that she can take on a central role in the next generation of the monarchy. The tiara that was once linked to a deeply tragic story in the past now appears in a completely different context. It is no longer only a memory of Diana, it has also become part of Catherine's story. But what is interesting is that while Catherine is becoming increasingly associated with the Cambridge lover's knot tiara, another person in the royal family almost never uses it. Queen Camilla is now the Queen of the United Kingdom. In theory, she has access to the entire royal jewelry vault. That means, if she wished, she could easily choose the Cambridge lover's knot tiara for official events. However, until now that has never happened. Camilla has appeared wearing many different tiaras at state banquets and state events. But the Cambridge lover's knot tiara has always been absent. This raises a very thought-provoking question. If this tiara is now being used by Catherine as a symbol connected to the legacy of Diana, then why has Camilla chosen a completely different path? Is this simply a personal choice? Or is it a carefully calculated decision designed to avoid unnecessary controversy in the eyes of the public? We will continue to explore that question right now. When the story of the Cambridge lover's knot tiara is discussed, one detail always captures public curiosity. Queen Camilla, who currently holds the position of Queen of the United Kingdom, has never worn this tiara even once. This becomes especially notable when we consider that Camilla officially joined the royal family in the year 2005, when she married King Charles. Up to the present moment, nearly 2 decades have passed, and throughout that entire period the number remains 0. There has been no official event, no state banquet, no diplomatic reception. The Cambridge lover's knot tiara has never appeared on Camilla's head. This number becomes even more striking because, in theory, she has full access to the royal jewelry collection. According to royal protocol, the Queen may use many different tiaras from the crown collection. This means that if Camilla wanted to, she could easily choose the Cambridge lover's knot tiara for a state occasion. There is no record showing that she ever requested this tiara and was refused. There is also no evidence that the palace has prevented her from wearing it. Instead, what we see is a completely different pattern of choice. Camilla appears to have her own preferred collection of tiaras, and those tiaras appear repeatedly at major events. One of the most notable is the Greville tiara. This is a piece of jewelry that Camilla is believed to particularly favor. The tiara features a geometric diamond design typical of the 1920s. It originally belonged to the collection of Dame Margaret Greville before being given to Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. Over the years, the Greville tiara has almost become Camilla's familiar choice at state banquets and diplomatic events. The strong design and large structure of the tiara suit her style of dress. And more importantly, it does not carry sensitive memories in the eyes of the public. Another tiara that has attracted considerable attention recently is the Greville Emerald Kokoshnik tiara. Camilla first appeared wearing this tiara at the diplomatic reception in the year 2025. It immediately became a topic of discussion among royal jewelry observers. The reason is clear. At the center of this tiara is a massive emerald weighing 93.7 carats. The size and rarity of the stone have led experts to estimate the value of the tiara at tens of millions of dollars. It is one of the largest emeralds ever seen in the royal collection. In addition to those 2 notable tiaras, Camilla has many other options for official events. The Delhi Durbar tiara has been used by her on several special occasions. The Belgian sapphire tiara has also appeared during state visits, and the Girls of Great Britain and Ireland tiara, one of the most famous tiaras in the royal collection, has also been worn by Camilla at important events. This list shows one very clear point: Camilla does not lack choices. The tiara collection available to her is extremely rich. And for that reason, the complete absence of the Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara from that list is almost certainly not a coincidence. Many royal observers believe that this decision reflects a very careful communication strategy. The Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara is strongly associated with the image of Princess Diana. During the 1980s and early 1990s, Diana wore this tiara at many international events. Images of Diana with the rows of pearls gently moving under the lights became a familiar symbol of that era. Because of this, anyone who wears the tiara is almost immediately placed into comparison with Diana. For Camilla, that comparison could carry significant risk. The history of the relationship between her, King Charles, and Princess Diana remains one of the most sensitive chapters in the story of the British royal family. Even though many years have passed, that memory still remains powerful in the public mind. For that reason, Camilla's distance from the Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara can be understood as a cautious decision, not because she lacks the right to use it, but because she understands that the image of this tiara is firmly connected with Diana in the eyes of the public. Instead of trying to take that symbol, Camilla appears to have chosen a different direction. She builds her own image through other tiaras in the royal collection. Those pieces of jewelry do not carry the same level of emotional historical weight. If we look back at the entire period from the year 2005 until today, the number remains very clear. The Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara has appeared many times on Catherine's head, but for Camilla that number still remains 0. This shows an interesting reality about how the British royal family manages its public image. Not every decision is officially announced. Sometimes, silent choices reveal more than any formal statement. And in the case of the Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara, that silence may be a lesson the royal family learned from the past. Not every symbol should be shared with everyone. Sometimes respecting historical memory is the best way to protect stability in the present. And that may also be why this story is not necessarily a personal drama between Catherine and Camilla. It may simply be an unwritten rule. A delicate balance between tradition, public emotion, and the image strategy of the British royal family. But one final question still remains. After all the lessons from the past, what has the British royal family truly learned from the story of Diana and this iconic tiara? The story of the Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara is not really only about a piece of jewelry. When we look deeper into the way the British royal family uses this tiara, many experts recognize that behind it there is an unwritten system of rules. These rules are not written in official documents, yet they strongly influence how members of the royal family choose symbols and build their public image. After the year 1997, when Princess Diana passed away, the British royal family went through one of the greatest image crises in modern history. Millions of people filled the streets to mourn her. Flowers covered the gates of Kensington Palace and Buckingham Palace. That emotional wave revealed something the palace may previously have underestimated. The public does not only care about the monarchy as an institution, they also form deep attachments to specific individuals and the symbols connected to them. The Cambridge Lover's Knot tiara is one of those symbols. Throughout the 1980s and the early 1990s, images of Diana wearing this tiara appeared across the world. Photographs from state banquets, royal tours, and diplomatic events turned the tiara into part of the collective memory the public holds of Diana. For that reason, after Diana's death, the tiara almost disappeared from public life for nearly 2 decades. There was no official statement saying it was forbidden to use, but in reality, the palace seemed to understand that some symbols needed time before they could appear again. From that experience, the British royal family gradually developed a more cautious approach towards symbolic pieces of jewelry. Items closely connected with a beloved public figure are often passed to the successor who best fits the emotional and visual narrative. A clear example is Diana's sapphire engagement ring. When Prince William proposed to Catherine in the year 2010, he chose that very ring. The decision immediately created a powerful connection between the past and the present. In the eyes of the public, Catherine was not only a new member of the royal family, she also became someone who continued a part of Diana's legacy. The Cambridge Lovers' Knot tiara appears to follow a similar logic. When Catherine began appearing with this tiara, in the year 2015, public reaction was largely positive. Many people felt that the image was a tribute rather than a replacement. Catherine did not attempt to recreate Diana's style completely, but the presence of the tiara helped build an emotional bridge between two generations. Meanwhile, the choice made by Camilla reflects a different approach. She has almost completely avoided this tiara. There is no indication that she has been prevented from wearing it, but the decision not to use it suggests a clear awareness of public emotion. If Camilla appeared wearing the Cambridge Lovers' Knot tiara, that image would almost certainly create debate. In the eyes of many people, the tiara is still closely connected with Diana. Avoiding it can therefore be seen as a strategic decision intended to reduce unnecessary comparisons. These two different choices reflect two different roles within the royal family. Catherine uses the symbol to create historical continuity. Camilla avoids the symbol in order to prevent the revival of past controversies. Both approaches show that the British royal family has learned an important lesson after the upheavals of the late 20th century. That lesson is that the power of symbols in the eyes of the public should never be underestimated. A tiara, a ring, or even a photograph can carry layers of meaning far beyond its material value. And when we look at how the Cambridge Lovers' Knot tiara is used today, we can clearly see that the British royal family is trying to balance tradition and public emotion. They do not remove old symbols, but they also do not use them carelessly. That leads to an interesting question about the future. As the next royal generation gradually steps onto the political and social stage of Britain, where will the fate of this iconic tiara lead? Will it continue to be closely associated with Catherine for many years to come? Or will it one day be passed on to a new generation within the royal family? We will end this story by looking forward, because the future of the Cambridge Lovers' Knot tiara may reveal a great deal about the next direction of the British royal family. When looking toward the future of the Cambridge Lovers' Knot tiara, many royal experts believe that this tiara will remain closely associated with Catherine for a very long time. At present, Catherine is only 43 years old. That means she still has many years ahead in her role as Princess of Wales before moving into the next stage of her position. Over the past decade, this tiara has almost become Catherine's personal signature at state events. Statistics show that most of her appearances with a tiara feature the Cambridge Lovers' Knot. This has created a familiar image for the international public. Whenever the tiara appears, many people immediately think of Catherine. However, the history of royal jewelry shows that the role of each tiara often changes during different stages of royal life. When Catherine one day becomes queen, it is very possible that she will shift to wearing other symbolic tiaras of the monarchy. One candidate frequently mentioned is the Girls of Great Britain and Ireland tiara. This is the tiara that was closely associated with Queen Elizabeth II for many decades and carries special meaning for the position of queen. If that scenario happens, the Cambridge Lovers' Knot tiara may enter a new chapter. According to royal tradition, symbolic pieces of jewelry are often passed on to the next generation when the appropriate moment arrives. In the more distant future, this tiara could be given to the future wife of Prince George when he grows up and marries. Another possibility that many observers also mention is Princess Charlotte, the only daughter of William and Catherine. If Charlotte continues to play a prominent role within the royal family, her wearing the tiara, once associated with Diana and Catherine, would carry very powerful symbolic meaning, whatever the exact future may be. One thing now appears clear. The Cambridge Lovers' Knot tiara is not simply a rare piece of jewelry. It has become part of the historical memory of the royal family. And through the way this tiara is passed from one generation to another, the memory of Princess Diana will very likely continue to live on in the image of the British royal family. In an ornate working room inside Buckingham Palace, King Charles sat facing a medical file stamped top secret. There were no cameras. There were no official notes, only a handful of senior advisors and a conclusion that froze the air. The document confirmed that the king was no longer fully capable of carrying out the duties of rule in the coming period. This decision was not announced, but it became the starting point of a chain of events without precedent in the history of the British monarchy. Just a few weeks later, the public noticed an unusual absence. Queen Camilla vanished from all official engagements. There were no ceremonies. There were no detailed statements. There were no reassuring images. What was offered was only a brief explanation, health reasons. But inside the palace, the story was far more complicated. Sources close to the matter said the decision was carried out so quickly that there was almost no room for reaction or negotiation. 2 weeks earlier, King Charles appeared on national television. His voice sounded tired. His eyes avoided the camera. The king confirmed that stripping Camilla of all titles and privileges was necessary to ensure the stability of the monarchy. However, shortly afterward, leaked information began to spread. This was not a decision driven by illness. This was the result of a plot discovered too late and no longer possible to conceal. Within 24 hours, more than 1 million comments appeared across social media. Most of the public condemned Camilla as a traitor, someone who gambled too far to protect her position. But there were also voices arguing that she was merely the loser in a harsh and ruthless power struggle. So, what do you think? Camilla acted out of fear of losing status, or because of a darker ambition? Leave a comment with number 1 if you believe this was an unforgivable betrayal, or number 2 if you believe she was only protecting herself. We will uncover the truth together right now. But everything did not begin with that televised statement. To understand what truly happened, we must turn back the clock 1 month earlier, to the moment when a royal security officer accidentally discovered something that could overturn the throne itself. It all began on a morning that seemed entirely ordinary inside Buckingham Palace. The security team's shift followed familiar procedures. There were no official events. There were no scheduled guests. It was simply an internal working day, when everything should have been controlled down to the smallest detail. Marcus, a long-serving security officer, was assigned to conduct a routine security inspection of King Charles' private working area. This was standard procedure. But that day, the moment he entered the room, Marcus noticed something unusual. On the king's desk lay a file that had not been sealed. This violated every royal security protocol. Sensitive documents were always locked in a private safe or placed inside sealed envelopes with official markings. The presence of a medical file left openly on the desk was almost impossible. Marcus was not permitted to read the contents, but the bold title on the first page was enough to send a chill through him. A medical report on the health condition of King Charles, accompanied by a conclusion stating that the king was experiencing a serious decline in his ability to govern and make decisions. Marcus immediately reported the matter through the proper internal chain of command. Less than 10 minutes later, the information was delivered directly to Prince William. William entered the room with his familiar calm demeanor, but those present could sense the tension in every movement he made. William requested to review the entire file. He read slowly, missing nothing, from the phrasing and structure of the language to the signature of the royal physician at the end, and after only a few minutes, William stopped. The first thing that raised his suspicion was the use of medical terminology. It did not match the usual style of the royal medical team. The second was the signature. William was intimately familiar with his father's personal physician's signature. Though it had been carefully copied, there were still minute discrepancies, enough for someone on the inside to recognize immediately. Within 2 minutes, William understood that this was not an administrative error. This was a deliberately prepared document, a forged file, placed in the right location, at the right time, and meant for the right eyes. If this document had been discovered by constitutional advisors or leaked outside the palace, it would have immediately triggered an emergency protocol, a protocol that could have forced King Charles to suspend his powers, or even abdicate. Within 48 hours, this was not a random attack. This was the first step of a carefully calculated plan. William immediately ordered an information lockdown and initiated a full review of everyone who had access to the king's working room during that time. The result made the atmosphere in the room grow heavy. There was only one person who was allowed unrestricted access to this area without registration or supervision. Queen Camilla. She did not need a security pass. She did not need schedule confirmation. Her presence in the working room of King Charles was considered entirely normal and was never questioned. That reality pushed William into a deep internal conflict. The woman who had stood beside his father for more than 20 years, the woman who had endured countless waves of criticism to become queen, could it truly be her? At first, William refused to believe it. He assumed there must be another scenario, a sophisticated external intrusion, a conspiracy aimed at the entire monarchy. But as security data was cross-checked, each hypothesis was eliminated one by one. There were no signs of forced entry. There was no unauthorized access. There were no unfamiliar personnel recorded in the area. Then small details began to align into a disturbing picture. The timing of Camilla's presence inside the palace matched exactly with the window when the file was placed on the desk. Several aides confirmed that she had requested to be alone with the king that morning. There were no witnesses inside the room for nearly 1 hour. William did not rush to a conclusion, but he understood that from this moment forward, everything had changed. This was no longer a story about a forged document. This was now a suspicion of betrayal from within, concealed beneath a surface of intimacy and absolute trust. And as the first pieces of evidence began to surface, William realized that the truth ahead could be more brutal than anything he had ever prepared himself to face. After the forged file was discovered, the most important question was no longer who did it. It was why that person dared to do it. And as the fragments were placed side by side, the motive slowly became clear. Colder and far more calculated than anything the public had ever believed about Camilla. In the months leading up to this moment, the royal household had quietly prepared for a scenario no one wished to speak about. The possibility that King Charles would be forced to reduce his role or transfer power earlier than expected. Although never announced, private discussions revealed that Prince William was ready for the next phase. And within those discussions, one message was delivered with clarity. When the transition occurred, controversial figures would no longer retain prominent roles. According to sources close to the situation, Camilla understood this message more clearly than anyone else. She had been indirectly reminded that her position existed only alongside the authority of King Charles. When the king moved away from the center of power, she would also be pushed aside. Without title, without influence, without a voice. For someone who had spent a lifetime entering the palace at any cost, that prospect was unacceptable, from the fear of being discarded. Camilla began to act, quietly, without haste. According to internal investigative records, over the course of 3 months, she methodically built a plan that appeared simple but was extremely dangerous. To create a health narrative about King Charles severe enough to trigger emergency procedures, yet vague enough to prevent immediate traceability. Camilla did not act alone. Communication records show that she contacted Dr. Harris, a former auxiliary medical team member, and Victor, a security employee with access to document storage systems. In total, more than 15 discrete exchanges took place during this period. No call lasted long. No message contained direct language, but when assembled, they formed a clear sequence of intentional actions. Dr. Harris was tasked with reviewing older health reports, identifying phrases that could be interpreted negatively. Victor was instructed to access signature samples and standard file formatting used in royal medical reports. Everything was executed in small steps. so that, if exposed, each individual could deny responsibility. What truly shocked internal investigators was not the level of sophistication, but the cold calculation behind Camilla, assessment of consequences. Placing the forged file on the working desk of King Charles was not merely an attempt to deceive the system, it was also a direct psychological strike against the king himself, a way to plant doubt about his own capacity, and about how those around him perceived his condition. This cannot be described as an act of protecting a husband. Protection never begins by destroying the dignity and health of the person one claims to love. This was extreme self-interest, a willingness to sacrifice the image of King Charles, even to push him toward the risk of being forced from the throne, simply to preserve personal position. Camilla understood very clearly that if the forged file were accepted, power would temporarily shift to the advisory council, and in that period of chaos, she could appear as a stabilizing figure, a loyal wife standing beside a weakened king, an image strong enough to delay her removal from the center of power. But this plan did not stop with a single document. Alongside the forgery, rumors began to appear in a systematic way. Anonymous sources spoke of the king's declining memory. Articles hinted that he was no longer strong enough to maintain a demanding schedule. Each rumor was small, but when released in quick succession, they formed a troubling picture in the public eye. William realized this too late. When the forged file was discovered, the rumor machine had already begun to turn, and although the main plot was blocked, its echoes continued to spread. The credibility of King Charles was damaged, trust within the royal family fractured, and relationships among its members entered the coldest phase seen in decades. But the most frightening element was a question with no answer. If this plan had not been discovered early, how far would it have gone, and how many more steps had already been prepared, waiting only for the right moment to be activated? If the forged file was the spark, then the rumors were the fuel, and once that fuel had been spread widely enough, the fire moved faster than any internal control within the palace. At first, the whispers appeared in places few people paid attention to: the kitchen, the laundry rooms, the side corridors used by staff. One question was repeated again and again in a half-joking tone. Was the king's health still stable lately? No one reached a conclusion, but everyone heard it. Within 24 hours, the rumor moved beyond service staff. It slipped into administrative corridors, where secretaries and assistants exchanged documents, then into small meeting rooms of the advisory council. According to later internal reports, more than 80% of palace personnel had heard at least once that King Charles was suffering a serious health decline. What stood out was that no one knew where the information originated, yet everyone believed it had some basis. William sensed something was wrong when Marcus reported a detail that seemed minor. An administrative employee had proactively asked whether contingency plans should be prepared for the king's schedule. That question could not arise unless there was a widespread belief that something serious was happening. William immediately ordered a review of the rumor pathway, not by tracing every sentence, but by identifying points of convergence. Who was the first to speak about it in a consistent way? Quiet internal interviews were conducted, and one name appeared more often than any other: Elena. Elena had previously been Camilla's personal secretary. She had access to schedules, documents, and most importantly, the informal communication network inside the palace. Several weeks before the incident erupted, Elena had been dismissed for violating confidentiality rules. The decision was not made public, but it was enough to create personal resentment. In her initial statement, Elena denied all accusations, but when communication data was cross-checked, a clear pattern emerged. She was the one who repeatedly mentioned the king's health in conversations that appeared harmless. She did not confirm anything. She did not reach conclusions. She only suggested, but that was enough for listeners to connect the dots themselves. When confronted with evidence, Elena eventually admitted her role. She confirmed that she had copied the forged file and deliberately placed the document back at different times to create the impression that it was a report being continuously updated. She also admitted that spreading information was intentional. But what stunned William and the investigators was her next confession. Elena said she was not the planner. She only followed instructions. Each step had specific guidance: what to emphasize, when to plant information, who to approach. Everything had been arranged in advance. And the person giving those instructions was none other than Camilla. Elena described herself as a pawn, a tool that could be discarded at any moment. She said that Camilla understood very well the psychology of long-serving palace staff. They trusted what they heard from familiar people. They did not trust dry official statements. That was why the rumors had to be planted from within, through people who did not appear powerful. William understood that this was the most dangerous weapon of the entire plan. Not the forged file, not the false signature, but the feeling that everyone had already heard about it. When something is repeated often enough, it no longer needs evidence to exist. Advisors warned that even if the forged file were completely discredited, the rumors had already left their mark. Confidence in the king's clarity of mind had been eroded. Silent questions had formed in the minds of council members. And once doubt is planted, it is extremely difficult to erase. William ordered the investigation to expand. Not stopping with Elena, he wanted to know how many more links existed in this network, how many people had knowingly or unknowingly become messengers, and most importantly, how many layers of protection Camilla had prepared for herself. As evidence continued to be collected, one truth became clear. Camilla was not simply reacting in panic. She had calculated the scenario of being discovered. Every participant could be sacrificed to protect the one standing at the very top. By this point, William no longer doubted the nature of the conspiracy, but another question began to haunt him. If Camilla was cold-blooded enough to use rumors as an invisible weapon, was she truly the final mastermind? Or was there a deeper layer, where real power was hiding and waiting for the right moment to reveal itself? As the intermediary links were gradually exposed, William understood that he could not stop at Elena's confession. Rumors could be spread by many people, but decisive evidence always lay with those who directly created the tools. In this case, that meant Dr. Harris and the security officer Victor. Dr. Harris disappeared from London just 2 days after Elena was questioned. This was immediately reported to royal security. Harris had not requested leave. He left no itinerary. His official passport remained on file within internal records. But border data showed that a person matching his appearance and biometric profile had left the United Kingdom using different documents. William ordered expanded surveillance on everyone who had been in contact with Harris during the previous 3 months. Security cameras around Victor's private residence were reviewed again, and from there, a critical detail emerged. Victor was recorded having a secret meeting at an underground parking facility on the outskirts of London. The meeting took place at night. There was no direct exchange in areas covered by cameras, but footage showed Victor carrying a medium-sized suitcase, which he handed to another man. An interception order was issued immediately. Victor was stopped just minutes after leaving the parking area. Inside the suitcase, security forces found a forged passport under a different name, £50,000 in cash divided into multiple small bundles, and a USB data storage device, carefully wrapped in an anti-interference pouch. Victor did not resist, but his composure quickly collapsed once he was taken in for questioning. At first, he claimed the money was personal savings and the USB contained private materials. However, when technical specialists extracted the data, the atmosphere in the interrogation room immediately grew heavy. The USB contained more than 12 minutes of continuous audio recording. The sound was clear. There were no signs of editing. The content consisted of detailed instructions on how to forge medical documents, on when to place the file, on the exact position on the king's desk, and what none of those present could deny was the voice heard in the recording. According to a preliminary conclusion by the audio analysis unit, the voice in the recording matched Camilla with a very high level of identification. In the recording, the speaker showed no hesitation. The instructions were delivered decisively. Make it look completely authentic. Place it on the desk before the inspection. This is for the stability of the monarchy. There was no coded language. There were no hidden meanings. Everything was spoken as part of a plan that had been carefully considered and whose consequences had been accepted. Victor, when made to listen to the recording again, finally broke down. He admitted that he was merely carrying out instructions. His task was to ensure the document was printed in the correct format, placed in the correct position, and if necessary, replaced with another version to create the impression of updates. The forged passport and the cash were the final payment for leaving the United Kingdom quietly. Dr. Harris was identified as the one responsible for altering the medical content, not writing it entirely from scratch, but distorting existing phrases, exploiting older notes about the king's fatigue, turning them into more serious conclusions. Enough to cause alarm but difficult to refute immediately. William was briefed on the full contents during a closed meeting. There were no media advisors. There were no secretaries. Only those who needed to know. When the recording was played, the room fell into a prolonged silence. This was no longer suspicion, no longer speculation. According to internal assessments, this evidence was sufficient to confirm that the conspiracy did not arise from misunderstanding or impulsive action. It was a structured plan, with someone giving orders, with people carrying them out. With an exit strategy, William realized that the severity of the situation far exceeded anything he had anticipated. This was not merely an act of betrayal within a marriage. If the allegations were true, it was a betrayal of the throne and of the entire system built on trust and legitimacy. Once the health of a monarch is turned into a political tool, no boundary remains respected. And if this plan had succeeded, the consequences would not have stopped at a transfer of power. It would have destroyed the moral foundation on which the monarchy depends to exist. William understood that from this moment on, he had no choice but to continue, not out of personal resentment, but out of duty, to his father, to the institution, and to the truth. With undeniable evidence now lying on the table, William no longer hesitated. But he also knew that the next step would be the most dangerous, because once the truth was brought into the light, no one inside the palace would remain untouched by the shock that was about to follow. An emergency meeting of the Royal Council was convened. There was no statement. There was no public schedule. Members were instructed to appear as quickly as possible. The atmosphere inside the palace at that time was described as heavier and more tense than any meeting in many years. William entered the meeting room carrying a thick dossier. There was no lengthy introduction. He stated that what was about to be presented directly concerned the security of the throne and the legitimacy of the monarchy. All personal recording devices were ordered to be turned off. The meeting was completely sealed. The first document presented was the forged medical file. William explained the process of its discovery, how the signature had been falsified, how the content had been deliberately distorted. Next came emails and communication records between those involved. Each detail was placed precisely in its position within the chain of events. There was no emotion, no speculation, only sequence. When the USB was placed on the table and the recording was played, the room fell into absolute silence. The voice was clear. The instructions were specific. Timing, placement, purpose. No one in the room needed further explanation of the seriousness of the content. Camilla sat motionless throughout the process. Earlier, she had denied all allegations. She stated that she knew nothing about the forged file, that she was not involved in the rumors, that she had no role in any action that harmed the king. But when the familiar voice echoed through the closed room, the denials stopped. She said nothing further. She did not argue. She did not ask for verification. According to those present, it was the moment when all arguments became meaningless. Camilla prolonged silence was understood as the absence of any remaining denial. King Charles listened to the entire meeting. He did not interrupt. He did not react immediately. When the recording ended, he requested a pause of several minutes. Advisors were asked to leave the room. Only members of the inner royal circle remained. The decision that followed did not require a vote. According to internal accounts, the king said this was something he never wished to face, but also something that could not be avoided. When trust is broken at this level, there is no room for compromise. King Charles ordered the removal of all royal titles and privileges from Camilla. All official representative roles ended immediately. She was no longer permitted to appear in any activity related to the monarchy. The decision also specified that her mandatory residence would be an estate in Scotland, completely separated from the center of power and the media. The entire process took place in a meeting lasting less than 45 minutes. There was no prolonged debate, no bargaining, no second chance. For many members of the council, it was a swift conclusion, but not an unexpected one. Given that the evidence had passed every threshold of doubt, Camilla left the meeting room without a statement. No tears, no public reaction. According to sources, she was instructed to arrange her departure from the palace in the shortest possible time, under discreet supervision by royal security. No images were permitted to appear. After the meeting, the royal household quickly issued a brief notice. It did not go into detail. It simply confirmed that for reasons related to institutional stability, Camilla no longer held any role within the monarchy. The statement was sufficient to close the final chapter of the story on the surface. But internally, the damage was significant. Trust among members was severely harmed. The image of the monarchy before the public suffered a major shock. And for King Charles, this was the most painful personal decision of his reign. William was reported to be the last person to leave the meeting room. According to witnesses, he showed no sense of relief, only the exhaustion of someone forced to do what was necessary. Knowing that the consequences would last long afterward, the monarchy continued to operate. Schedules resumed. Ceremonies proceeded as usual. But what happened in that closed room could not be erased. It became a reminder that power is not only threatened from outside, sometimes the greatest danger comes from those closest. And although on the surface everything gradually returned to normal, the fracture within the monarchy remained, silent, persistent, and not easily healed. After days of prolonged silence, King Charles reappeared before the public in a tightly controlled setting. There was no lengthy statement, no attempt to reclaim image through emotion, only a short, clear, and direct message intended to suppress the doubts that had spread in recent weeks. The king rejected rumors related to a severe decline in his health. He affirmed that he remained fully capable of carrying out his constitutional duties, and that all reports to the contrary did not reflect the truth. The message was designed to emphasize continuity of the monarchy rather than focus on the individual. According to advisors, this was a necessary choice to stabilize public confidence after a rare period of upheaval. However, behind that reassuring message lay an unavoidable truth. The monarchy had endured a shock from within, and the price was not only damage to its image, but a rupture of trust among those who once stood very close to one another. In subsequent internal meetings, Camilla was no longer mentioned as an individual, but as a lesson. According to internal assessments, the alleged actions reflected a clear choice: self-interest instead of loyalty, personal benefit instead of institutional stability. That was how many members of the royal family described the consequences of the case, a stain that could hardly be completely erased from a history built on trust and legitimacy. There was no public effort to protect Camilla's image, no media campaign, no additional explanation. This silence was understood as a full stop. According to sources, the decision not to argue further was intended to avoid prolonging the crisis and to minimize damage to the institution. The greatest impact was not in public reaction, But within the palace itself, security procedures were reviewed from the beginning. Access was tightened. Relationships once based on personal trust were replaced by rigid principles. According to a veteran advisor, the royal family realized that, in the modern world, intimacy cannot stand above institutional security. William played a central role during this restructuring phase, not as a future heir, but as someone forced to repair what had been broken. Private meetings were held with each group of staff. There were no grand speeches, only listening, explaining, and gradually restoring a sense of safety in an environment that had been breached. For King Charles, the consequences were deeply personal. According to close sources, he had to confront a sense of betrayal not only as a monarch, but as a husband, though never stated publicly. This wound directly affected how he approached later decisions. More cautious, less trusting, and more reliant on structures rather than individuals. The public, after an initial phase of outrage, gradually shifted into fatigue. Interest declined as no new details were revealed. But according to observers, that did not mean the story was forgotten. It became a reference point. Whenever the royal family spoke about responsibility, ethics, or service, the name Camilla was mentioned as a silent warning. The greatest lesson from this case was not about who was right or wrong, but about how vulnerable a long-standing institution can be when trust is misplaced. Rumors, if planted at the right time and in the right way, can become weapons. And when that weapon is combined with internal access, the consequences can spiral beyond control. The royal family entered a quiet period of reconstruction. No slogans, no grand déclarations, only small changes, unfolding day by day, rebuilding trust, step by step, with extreme caution. When King Charles concluded his return speech, he did not mention Camilla, but the absence of that name spoke volumes. Some mistakes do not need to be repeated to become lessons. They exist like scars, reminding that even in the most ancient palaces, loyalty remains an irreplaceable foundation. And once that foundation is broken, no title is sufficient to conceal the consequences. It all began with a detail that seemed harmless, a dossier placed neatly on the king's desk. No one expected that very file to become the spark for a chain of upheavals that shook the core of the British royal family. From a carefully disguised, forged document, the truth was gradually uncovered, revealing a deliberate conspiracy. Nurtured by personal ambition and cold calculation, the internal investigation did not unfold loudly. It progressed in silence, step by step, based on data, testimonies, and undeniable evidence. As the pieces were assembled, the picture became increasingly clear. The person behind the manipulation had not only betrayed the king's trust, but trampled on the core principles the monarchy had upheld for generations. This was no longer the story of a failed marriage. It was a matter of responsibility, honor, and loyalty to the throne. Camilla chose to protect her personal position at any cost. She accepted the spreading of rumors, the erosion of internal trust, and the pushing of the entire institution toward crisis simply to retain her status. In doing so, she betrayed not only a husband carrying a national responsibility, but also the role she herself had been given. That truth, once exposed, shocked the public, not because of the sophistication of the scheme, but because it came from someone who should have embodied stability. The royal family was forced to act, not to punish an individual, but to protect the institution. The decision was made swiftly, decisively, and without room for sentiment. Titles were stripped, privileges revoked, the door to power closed in silence. That was the price of betrayal, and also a clear message to the entire royal apparatus that no one stands above the rules, regardless of position. After the storm, King Charles reappeared before the public, directly rejecting all rumors about his health and affirming the transparency of the monarchy. But the damage could not disappear after a single statement. Internal trust had been fractured. Relationships had to be rebuilt day by day. Through discipline, caution, and stricter standards than ever before. This story leaves a costly lesson. In the most heavily guarded palaces, the greatest danger does not always come from outside. It can come from those closest, who understand the system best, and know exactly where to strike to cause harm. Power, when not restrained by ethics and responsibility, always carries the potential to destroy the very place that created it. Now, the monarchy still stands. The throne remains protected. But since this upheaval, no step within the palace can be taken lightly again. Every decision must be scrutinized more carefully. Every trust must be verified. And history will remember that some stains cannot be erased, only used as warnings for generations to come. And you? How do you see Camilla after all this truth? Did you choose one or two at the beginning of the video? Leave your thoughts in the comments. Like if you support William in protecting the throne through transparency. Share so the truth can spread. And do not forget to subscribe to continue following the next royal bombshells. On the 29th day of January, in the year 2026, the heavy oak doors of Westminster were opened for an unprecedented session. Prince William stood before the members of Parliament, his voice firm and leaving no room for retreat. Today we close a dark chapter of history. Just a few hours later, the news spread across the globe. In Montecito, Meghan Markle broke down in tears, not in front of cameras, but in silence. According to those close to her, this was not a spontaneous moment. It was the final point of a chain of events stretching nearly 8 years, beginning with the fairy tale wedding in the year 2018. When the world believed the British royal family had entered a more open and modern era, Harry and Meghan were once seen as symbols of renewal, a bridge between tradition and the future. But only 2 years later, Megxit happened. From that moment on, every boundary began to be tested. According to internal documents and assessments from royal advisors, the problem was not the decision to step away from duties, but the way the titles continued to be used for commercial purposes, media contracts, statements attacking the institution, and personal projects directly linked to royal status gradually exhausted patience. In the eyes of Parliament, this was no longer a family matter, but an issue concerning the integrity of the monarchy. The breaking point came at the beginning of the year 2026. When a vote was introduced, the result was a decision to strip the titles, legally turning Harry and Meghan into private citizens. This was a rare instance of such deep parliamentary intervention, and also the clearest warning yet that personal ambition could not stand above the foundations of the monarchy. So, what do you think? Was the royal family right to go this far? Or did they go too far? Comment number 1, if you agree with the royal decision. Number 2, if you believe this was an extreme reaction. To understand why the British Parliament was forced to take such an unprecedented step, it is necessary to turn back the clock to the year 2018. The wedding of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle was then seen as a symbol of a changing royal family. An American actress of mixed heritage entered the oldest monarchy in Europe. The public believed this marked the beginning of a more open, more humane era, closer to modern society. In the early stage, Harry and Meghan were given significant space to define their roles. They spoke about mental health, gender equality, and individual rights. These messages initially received strong support. According to internal reports, the royal family at that time believed this was simply a new approach, different from tradition, but not in conflict with the institution. No one expected that these early differences would accumulate into a constitutional crisis. The first turning point appeared at the end of the year 2019, when advisors began to note that the couple was repeatedly seeking autonomy beyond established norms, private trips, an independent media team, And behind the scenes, negotiations with external partners raised growing questions. Still, everything was explained with a familiar phrase: seeking freedom. At the beginning of the year 2020, the announcement of stepping back from senior royal roles was made. Mexit became a global keyword. In public, it was presented as a personal decision to protect their young family and mental health. But behind closed doors, documents showed increasing concern within the royal family and the government. The issue was not only leaving duties, but what they would carry with them when stepping outside. After Mexit, Harry and Meghan retained the HRH title, while pledging not to use it for commercial purposes. This point later became the center of all controversy. Contracts worth tens of millions of dollars with Netflix and Spotify were quickly announced. The content revolved around royal life, personal experiences, and sensitive behind-the-scenes stories. In the eyes of lawmakers, the line between personal freedom and exploitation of institutional status began to blur. According to memoranda later revealed, multiple warnings were issued. Legal advisors emphasized that even without directly attaching royal logos, the use of the HRH title in media campaigns, introductions, and partner outreach created a clear commercial advantage. This was seen as a violation of the spirit of the post-Mexit agreement. Yet instead of cooling down, tensions continued to escalate. From the year 2022 to 2025, a series of statements and media productions critical of the royal family were released. For the public, this was a personal story. For Parliament, it was an institutional issue. For the first time since the 19th century, legal committees began to seriously discuss the possibility of intervening in royal titles, something long considered untouchable in the modern era. The breaking point came in January of the year 2026. A comprehensive report was submitted, detailing instances of title usage, commercial impact, and consequences for the credibility of the monarchy. No longer a family dispute, it was defined as a constitutional risk. On the 29th of January, Parliament proceeded with a vote. The result sent shockwaves. For the first time in modern history, a Parliament voted to strip royal titles, an act unseen since the 19th century. This decision was not aimed at two individuals alone. It was seen as a message of principle. A title is not personal property. It is bound to duty, neutrality, and responsibility to the nation. When those elements are broken, the institution is forced to protect itself. But to fully understand why Parliament was compelled to take such a hard line, we need to continue turning back the clock, looking closely at the small violations that quietly accumulated, and the way they gradually pushed the British royal family to a boundary it had not faced for generations. After the breaking point of January in the year 2026, a major question emerged in British public debate. On what legal basis could Parliament strip royal titles in the modern era? The answer lay in a bill that had been discussed quietly for many years. The Removal of Titles Bill. A document once considered theoretical suddenly became the central tool for resolving the crisis. According to constitutional experts, this bill was not designed to punish individuals, but to protect the integrity of the monarchy. It allows Parliament to intervene in exceptional cases, when the holding of a title causes direct harm to national interests, state credibility, or the political neutrality of the royal family. For decades, this provision had been largely forgotten, because no precedent serious enough had ever triggered it. But the case file of Harry and Meghan told a different story. The focus was not on controversial interviews or personal memoirs, but on breaches of the agreement signed after Mexit in the year 2020. That agreement clearly stipulated the two could retain the HRH title, but could not use it in any form for commercial, diplomatic, or political influence purposes. This was the red line the royal family believed had been accepted. According to documents presented before legal committees, That line was crossed repeatedly. HRH appeared in private correspondence sent to international organizations, in indirect introductions to media partners, and in contexts where royal status provided a clear advantage. Even if it did not appear openly in contract paperwork, the practical impact was undeniable. For lawmakers, this was no longer a breach of spirit, but a breach of the structure of the agreement. In that context, the role of Prince William began to be seen more clearly, not as an angry brother or a figure caught in family conflict, but as the architect of a calculated modernization strategy. For years, William had been viewed by advisors as a key figure for the future of the monarchy. He avoided shocking statements, stayed away from personal controversy, and focused on institutional sustainability. According to insiders, William was the first to pose a blunt question. Could a modern monarchy survive if titles were used as personal tools? And was it still appropriate to maintain HRH for non-working royals in an era of globalized media? These questions initially caused discomfort internally, but gradually became central to strategic discussions. As violations accumulated, William was said to have pushed for a firmer approach, not through public statements, but by supporting a clear legal framework. His position was consistent. If royal duties are not performed, royal privileges cannot be retained, stripping HRH from non-working royals. In his view, was not punishment, but a clarification of the boundary between the individual and the institution. This shift occurred alongside a change in public opinion. A YouGov poll published in January of the year 2026 showed that 61% of Britons supported stripping the titles of Harry and Meghan. This was an overwhelming figure, far beyond previous expectations. For Buckingham Palace, this was not merely public opinion, but a political signal that could not be ignored. According to sources, this figure accelerated the decision-making process. In a constitutional monarchy, public support is a vital foundation. When a majority of the public believes a title is doing more harm than protecting royal values, action becomes almost unavoidable. William understood this clearly, and he was seen as the link between the will of Parliament and the need for the royal family to protect itself. Notably, the entire process was carried out with a high level of caution. There were no emotional statements and no personal attacks. Everything was framed in legal language and institutional reform. This allowed the royal family to avoid accusations of revenge or internal purges, while maintaining the neutrality it needed to preserve. With public support and a solid legal foundation, the royal family began to act. But to fully understand why this decision was considered irreversible, we need to look more closely at the Mexit Agreement of the year 2020 and the way it was betrayed step by step, in silence, before becoming a full-scale constitutional crisis. The Mexit Agreement of the year 2020 was once seen as the final compromise solution, an effort to save face for both sides, the royal family and Harry and Meghan. The document allowed them to step back from senior royal roles, live abroad, and pursue private lives, while still retaining certain symbolic titles. In return, they pledged not to use the HRH title in any commercial or diplomatic activity. On paper, the boundary was very clear. In practice, that boundary was quickly eroded. According to constitutional experts, the Mexit Agreement was not a rigid legal contract, but a political and moral commitment. It relied on the assumption that the parties would honor the spirit rather than look for loopholes in the wording. This later became a serious vulnerability, because when HRH was not used publicly in the media, but was still used behind the scenes, in private correspondence, and in discreet introductions, then, in essence, the title was still being exploited. From the year 2021, Archewell began to emerge as the central platform for the activities of Harry and Meghan. In name, it was a charitable and media organization with a humanitarian mission. But according to investigative documents, Arcueil quickly became an extended arm for maintaining royal influence in unofficial spaces. Event invitations, fundraising letters, and contacts with international organizations frequently referenced royal status. Even when the HRH title was not explicitly written, this ambiguity created a particularly dangerous effect for many external partners, especially in developing countries. Receiving correspondence linked to Prince Harry and Meghan, Duchess of Sussex, was often misunderstood as carrying implicit endorsement from the British royal family. This led to undeserved privileges, ranging from diplomatic-style receptions, security prioritization, to access to senior officials. All of this occurred without any formal authorization from London. According to a consolidated report later submitted, at least 14 events between the years 2021 and 2025 involved improper use of royal titles. These events ranged from human rights conferences and fundraising ceremonies to semi-diplomatic visits. The figure was shocking not only because of its scale, but because it showed this was not an isolated mistake, but a systematic pattern. Royal advisors initially attempted to handle the matter discreetly. Multiple warnings were issued, reiterating the spirit of the Mexit Agreement. But according to insiders, the responses received were often vague. There was no clear acknowledgement of violations, nor any firm commitment to completely cease the use of royal status behind the scenes. This caused suspicion within the institution to steadily grow. Arcueil, instead of narrowing its role, expanded its activities. Media projects, partnerships with global platforms, and an increasingly visible presence at international forums made the question unavoidable. Was this still an independent charity, or a machine exploiting royal credibility under a humanitarian facade? For Parliament, the answer gradually became clear. The key issue lay in public confusion. When people believed that Harry and Meghan still represented the royal family, every statement and action they made directly reflected on the institution. This ran counter to the principle of neutrality that the monarchy is required to maintain. In a constitutional monarchy, such confusion not only damages image, but also creates serious political risk. Everything escalated when the Nigeria scandal erupted. A visit promoted as humanitarian activity was organized with nearly diplomatic protocol, including high-level receptions and special security arrangements. Local and international media simultaneously raised questions. Who granted authorization? Was the British royal family involved or not? And if not, why was royal status still being used to open those doors? This scandal forced the royal family to conduct a deeper investigation. No longer discreet warnings, but a comprehensive review of Arcueil activities. Documents were collected, events were cross-checked, and the pattern of title usage became increasingly clear. For Parliament, this was the final evidence that the Mexit Agreement had been betrayed, not in a single moment, but through small steps over many years. More importantly, the investigation showed that the issue extended beyond Harry and Meghan to the precedent they set. If a couple could step away from duty yet still exploit royal titles to build personal influence, then the entire system of royal honors would lose its value. This was something neither the royal family nor Parliament could accept. These violations could not remain hidden indefinitely. When they were exposed, public reaction became fierce. People no longer viewed the story as a family tragedy, but as calculated exploitation. In that context, the decision to strip titles was no longer a choice, but the inevitable consequence of a prolonged betrayal. From here, the story entered a new phase, because when the Nigeria scandal forced the royal family to investigate deeply, what was uncovered went beyond Arcueil, opening a chain of consequences affecting international credibility, diplomatic relations, and the future of the British monarchy itself. The Nigeria scandal of the year 2025 was seen as the moment when long simmering suspicions were forced into the open. Before that, international trips by Harry and Meghan were often presented as personal humanitarian activities. But the visit to Nigeria crossed the fragile line between private individuals and institutional representation, creating a series of questions the royal family could no longer ignore. According to documents cited by the British media, the Nigeria trip was organized with a level of reception and security far exceeding what is normally afforded to private citizens. Meetings with senior officials, welcome ceremonies with diplomatic overtones, and the involvement of local security forces led the public to question the capacity in which Harry and Meghan arrived. As private individuals, as a charity delegation, or as unofficial royal representatives. The biggest suspicion centered on visa status. Some reports suggested that the trip used a type of visa reserved for royal representatives or diplomatic delegations. This category of visa provides multiple privileges, including expedited entry procedures, enhanced security, and logistical costs covered by the host. If true, this would be a serious issue, because legally Harry and Meghan were no longer working royals and were not entitled to such privileges. The British royal family initially remained silent, but as Nigerian and international media raised questions simultaneously, pressure to respond increased rapidly. In this context, Princess Anne was tasked with leading an internal investigation. Her role was not merely symbolic. Anne has long been regarded as a guardian of discipline and traditional standards within the royal family. Her involvement signaled the seriousness of the matter. The investigation focused on three main pillars. First was the legal nature of the trip. Second was the way invitations and related documents were used. Third was the role of associated funds and charities, especially Archewell. According to close sources, the investigative team demanded cross-comparison of invitation letters, visa records, and communications between Nigerian organizers and counterparts in Britain. One of the most controversial points was the allegation that letters bearing royal implication were used to support immigration procedures. These documents, as described by the press, were not official letters from Buckingham Palace, but were presented in a way that easily created the impression that the visit had royal endorsement. This ambiguity led Nigerian host authorities to apply protocols reserved for royal delegations. The investigation did not conclude that there was forgery in the criminal sense, but it pointed out that the use of language, titles, and symbols created a seriously misleading impression. For legal experts, this was a dangerous gray area, because even without an official signature, allowing partners to believe that the royal family stood behind the trip still produced material benefits and undeserved privileges. According to estimates cited from the UK Home Office in internal reports, if the Nigeria trip did in fact receive privileges equivalent to a diplomatic delegation, the total cost savings could have reached millions of dollars. This figure included security, logistics, transportation, and on-site support. This factor particularly angered the British public, because such privileges are intended only for those actively serving the nation. Princess Anne was said to have requested that the investigation be expanded to previous trips. The goal was to determine whether Nigeria was an isolated case or the peak of a long-running pattern. Events, conferences, and semi-diplomatic visits over several years were reviewed again. Repeated similarities in organization, invitation letters, and reception protocols gradually emerged. The internal conclusion was not published in full, but according to sources, the final report used very firm language. It emphasized that allowing the public and international partners to misunderstand representative status was unacceptable, not only because of financial factors, but because of diplomatic risk. A private trip, if interpreted as royal representation, could trigger political consequences beyond the control of the British government. What stood out was the reaction of the royal family after the investigation. There was no public defense and no attempt to downplay the seriousness. Instead, there was a strategic silence, According to advisors, this signaled that the royal family now viewed the matter as impossible to resolve through compromise. Standards had been crossed too many times. The Nigeria scandal therefore became the final catalyst. It transformed scattered suspicions into a complete picture of title and privilege misuse. For Parliament, this was concrete evidence that the risk was no longer theoretical. For the royal family, it was a warning that prolonged silence would be interpreted as complicity. The investigation results led to decisive reactions from the royal family. A historic joint statement was prepared, marking a definitive shift in the approach toward Harry and Meghan. From that moment, the wheels of an unprecedented decision began to turn, moving toward a moment that would redefine the boundary between the individual and the institution within the British royal family. After the internal investigation report was completed, the British royal family entered its most decisive response phase since Brexit. There were no more vague messages or discreet compromises. This time, the position was clearly defined and announced through a rare joint statement by Princess Anne and Prince William. The fact that these two figures appeared together was not merely symbolic, but reflected a high level of unity between disciplinary tradition and a strategy of modernization. According to close sources, the joint statement focused on 5 key points. First was that the royal family would no longer recognize Archewell as an organization with any institutional connection to the British Crown. This meant that all activities, correspondence, and initiatives of Archewell could not be understood as having royal endorsement or authorization. Second was a demand for an independent audit of past activities related to fundraising and title usage, in order to clarify the extent of confusion caused to the public and international partners. The third point emphasized the complete cessation of all forms of royal title usage in semi-diplomatic or charitable contexts. This applied not only to HRH, but to any wording that could create an impression of representation. The fourth point concerned new standards for members who no longer perform royal duties, in which access to security and diplomatic privileges would be strictly limited. And finally, there was a commitment to building a more transparent alternative structure to continue community service activities under the direct supervision of the royal family. From this final point, the Crown Service Foundation was established. According to advisors, this was not a new charity in the traditional sense, but a platform coordinating community service activities directly linked to royal duty. The Crown Service Foundation was placed under the supervision of an independent board, with clear audit procedures and strict legal boundaries. The goal was to completely eliminate the gray zone that had existed between the individual and the institution. The creation of the Crown Service Foundation also carried a strategic message. The royal family was not withdrawing from humanitarian work, but asserting that any initiative associated with royal status must adhere to institutional discipline. According to insiders, William strongly pushed for this model. He viewed it as the only way to protect the long-term credibility of the monarchy in a globalized media environment. Public reaction was almost immediate. Within 48 hours of the joint statement, a petition calling for the stripping of Harry and Meghan titles reached 300,000 signatures. This figure far exceeded all initial expectations and was described as a wave of public opinion unseen in recent years. For many Britons, the statement by Anne and William was seen as the final act to redraw boundaries that had been blurred for far too long. Political analysts say the speed at which the petition spread reflects a deep, accumulated fatigue within society. The story is no longer seen as a family dispute, but as a matter of public responsibility. When privileges are misused, public reaction becomes sharp and decisive. This creates direct political pressure on Parliament and Buckingham Palace. For Archewell, the joint statement was the most severe blow it had ever faced. Losing institutional recognition caused many partners to reassess their relationships. According to sources in the charitable sector, several donors suspended or cancelled commitments due to concerns over reputational risk. International organizations also became more cautious, avoiding any possibility of being seen as cooperating with unofficial royal representatives. The Crown Service Foundation, meanwhile, was rolled out at an unusually rapid pace. Pilot projects were announced alongside clear operating principles. No use of personal titles to solicit donations, no diplomatic engagement outside approved frameworks, and all expenditures subject to independent audits. For the royal family, this was a way to prove that reform was not merely rhetoric. What stood out was the tone of the joint statement. There were no personal attacks and no direct naming of Harry or Meghan in specific accusations. Everything was framed around standards and responsibility. This approach allowed the royal family to maintain neutrality while directing public focus toward principles rather than emotion. Internally, the joint statement was also seen as an affirmation of William's leadership. His decision to stand alongside Princess Anne demonstrated a generational transition that was quiet but unmistakable. Anne's disciplinary tradition combined with William's modern vision formed a unified front strong enough to confront the crisis. With public support, the wheels of change began to turn faster. Arkewell entered its most difficult phase since its founding. Partners grew cautious, resources tightened, and media scrutiny intensified. What had once been built on the gray zone of titles now faced the harsh reality of transparency and accountability. From here, the story moved into its next chapter. As Arkewell began to collapse under the pressure of public opinion and institutional response, devastating consequences gradually emerged. Not only for the organization, but for the entire post-Brexit strategy of Harry and Meghan. The collapse of Arkewell did not happen overnight. It was the result of multiple layers of pressure converging. From internal royal investigations and fierce public backlash to technical financial findings. When the Crown Service Foundation was announced, Arkewell was immediately placed under intense scrutiny by regulatory authorities in the United States. What had once been shielded by titles and favorable media coverage was stripped away under strict legal standards. According to independent audit reports cited by American media, Arkewell was suspected of violating basic IRS regulations governing non-profit organizations. The focus of the findings centered on misrepresentation of fund usage and the risk of private inurement, meaning personal benefit derived from charitable assets, although no final ruling had been issued at that time. The initial indicators were serious enough to trigger heightened oversight. One of the most controversial issues was how Arkewell allocated its expenses. Spending on media consultants, security, and travel was questioned for its direct relevance to the charitable mission. For financial experts, this was a fragile boundary. When a nonprofit spends in ways that clearly benefit its founders personally, legal risk rises sharply. The consequences arrived faster than expected. Within 1 month, Arkewell lost 3 major donors. These partners, according to industry sources, did not wait for a final conclusion, but withdrew proactively to protect their reputations. The sudden loss of funding created a domino effect. Cash flow was disrupted. Projects were stalled. And the organization's basic operational capacity was threatened. The breaking point came when Arkewell accounts were frozen by the IRS during the review process. This was described as a devastating blow worth tens of millions of dollars. For an organization heavily dependent on donor funding, losing access to its funds meant near total paralysis. Staff and partners began to leave, while leadership remained silent in the face of media inquiries. Alongside the financial crisis came a turning away by Hollywood. Netflix and Spotify, once considered the pillars of the post-Brexit strategy. Both ended their partnerships. The stated reasons were cautious, focusing on content direction and commercial performance. But analysts say reputational risk linked to charitable investigations and title controversies could not be ignored. Without the protective layer of royal status, the personal brand value of Harry and Meghan faced a harsh test. In this context, their personal reactions also revealed deep fractures. Harry, according to close sources, fell into a state of despair. Efforts to reposition himself as an independent activist failed to deliver results. Speeches were cancelled, and invitations for public appearances became rare. The image of a once beloved prince became increasingly associated with controversy and strategic failure. Meghan chose silence. No statement, no interview, and no direct response to the allegations. For observers, this silence carries multiple layers of meaning. It may be a legal strategy, or it may signal a decision to wait for the storm to pass. But in the media environment, silence does not equal neutrality. It leaves space for speculation and criticism. What stands out is that the collapse of Archewell is not only a financial story, it exposes the core weakness of the post-Mexit strategy. When separating from an institution while still relying on the aura of that institution to build influence, every deviation becomes magnified. A charity linked to royal status is held to standards far higher than ordinary organizations. When those standards are not met, consequences arrive quickly and with force. For the British royal family, these developments are seen as a late confirmation of warnings that were once ignored. Cutting institutional ties, though controversial in the early stage, ultimately helped prevent risk from spreading across the wider royal system. Advisors view this as proof of the principle that an institution can survive only when boundaries are protected, even if the cost is emotional strain and short-term public backlash. For the public, the tone of the story also shifted. From early sympathy, opinion gradually moved toward disappointment and skepticism. Many who once supported Harry and Meghan began to question motives, responsibility, and the way personal freedom was exercised while still connected to privileges once granted by the monarchy. Trust eroded not because of a single mistake, but because of a sense that repeated warnings were never truly heard. As Archewell entered financial paralysis, the personal consequences became clear and undeniable. Without stable funding, without institutional backing, and without the welcome once offered by Hollywood, Harry and Meghan faced a reality very different from the vision of freedom they had promoted. Past choices now converged into a single outcome, where influence, soft power, and protection no longer existed alongside a title that was gone. Harry and Meghan, from the center of the monarchy, from symbols of renewal and freedom, became a clear example of how unchecked ambition can erode credibility with remarkable speed. Not overnight, but through each distorted agreement, each trip with unclear purpose, each charitable activity placed under scrutiny. When figures are brought into the open, when audits replace emotion, when legal review replaces media narrative, Archewell is no longer seen as the humanitarian symbol it once claimed to be, and Harry and Meghan are no longer viewed as figures who left for ideals, but as individuals who traded position in pursuit of personal influence. The final figure left the public stunned. 81% of people in Britain say they trust Catherine more than Meghan in charitable work, a comparison that needs no commentary, yet is sufficient to close the debate. History will offer a fuller judgment in time, but at this moment, the British royal family remains standing, and the question left to the public is this: do you see this as a personal tragedy, or as the price of ambition? Leave your comment below, and subscribe to follow the next royal stories. For many weeks now, an uneasy and difficult-to-explain void has hung over the British royal family. It is not a cancelled overseas tour, nor a political statement. It is the silence surrounding Princess Charlotte. Rare images appeared briefly and then vanished. Public schedules were adjusted without clear explanation. Small details, when placed side by side, formed a large question that the palace has never addressed directly. According to sources close to the Wales family, pressure had been building behind the scenes, not from the media, but from a difference in views between traditional secrecy and the growing expectation of transparency from the public. In that context, a private exchange is believed to have taken place. Princess Catherine, long regarded as a symbol of discipline and carefully measured silence, was described as choosing to break with convention, not through a cold official statement, but by acknowledging that there was a serious health issue involving her daughter, something the family had tried to keep private for far too long. The palace did not confirm specific medical details. However, Catherine speaking openly about a rare condition with complex progression led many to understand that this was no longer a purely private matter. It touched the core question of how a modern monarchy confronts the truth, especially when that truth involves a child and the future of the royal family. From controversial edited photographs to prolonged absences at major events, each sign is now being reconsidered through a different lens. This is not baseless rumor, but it is also not the full truth being told. What is certain is that a boundary has been tested. Do you believe that a mother's love can force a centuries-old institution to change how it communicates with the public? Comment number 1, if you support Catherine telling the truth. Or number 2, if you believe the royal family should continue to keep secrets to protect its image. Comment now to join the discussion. In the British royal family, absence is rarely accidental. Every appearance by younger members is scheduled, considered, and carefully prepared. That is why, when Princess Charlotte began to no longer appear regularly in public, attention did not come immediately. It simmered, accumulated, and eventually became a major question the palace could not ignore. At Christmas, in the year 2026, the Wales family appeared at the traditional service at St. Mary Magdalene Church in Sandringham, following a custom that had lasted for decades. Prince William and Princess Catherine walked at the front, followed by their 2 sons, George and Louis. Cameras captured every familiar detail, but within that formation, long seen as a symbol of stability, an empty space was clearly visible. Princess Charlotte was not there. There was no prior announcement. No official explanation accompanied the absence. Kensington Palace issued no statement that day. At first, some newspapers mentioned it only briefly, treating it as a private decision during the holiday period. However, for royal watchers, Christmas at Sandringham is never just a family event. It is a message, and every message is calculated. A few weeks later, on Prince George's birthday, an occasion when the British royal family always releases official photographs, Charlotte again did not appear. The released image showed only William, Catherine, and their 2 sons. No caption, no explanation. This silence began to prompt questions from journalists who closely follow the royal family. 2 consecutive absences could be coincidence, but 3 no longer looked accidental. Trooping the color took place in the middle of the year, one of the most important ceremonies of the monarchy. This is the moment when the royal family displays succession and continuity before the public. For many years, Charlotte had always been present on the Buckingham Palace balcony, standing beside her siblings. But that year, when the family appeared, Charlotte was once again missing. By then, suspicion was no longer limited to professional observers. The public began to discuss it openly. Alongside these events, a family photograph released to reassure the public unintentionally produced the opposite effect. Social media users quickly pointed out unusual signs of editing: clothing outlines, inconsistent lighting, poses suspected to be assembled from multiple sources. Related tags reached more than 7 million views within 24 hours. The media referred to the phenomenon as Portraitgate, not because of the level of editing, but because it broke trust in the authenticity of royal imagery. The palace responded with a familiar phrase: "The family is spending quiet time at home." No further details, no specific timeline. For an institution known for tight control of information, such vague wording was seen as a sign of a situation more sensitive than usual. Journalists began comparing public schedules. Within 8 months, Princess Charlotte had been absent from more than 15 major events, from national ceremonies to symbolically important family occasions. This figure far exceeded any previous precedent. Even during periods when Charlotte was much younger, interruptions in her public appearances had never been so prolonged or so frequent. Another detail emerged not through an official statement, but through the lenses of paparazzi cameras. Princess Catherine was seen leaving a children's hospital in London. Security vehicles surrounded the area. The route was tightly protected. There was no media engagement. There was no familiar smile usually seen during ceremonial visits. The images spread rapidly before being removed from multiple platforms. But they were enough to trigger a new wave of speculation. The palace did not confirm this trip. It also did not deny it. For the media, that silence carried a clear meaning. This was not a public visit listed on any official schedule. And when Catherine appeared at a children's hospital under special security conditions, a question immediately arose: who was being treated there? Inside the royal family, media pressure was said to be increasing week by week. One side argued that royal children must be absolutely protected from scrutiny. The other side recognized that prolonged silence was creating a dangerous vacuum. That vacuum was quickly filled with speculation. And not all speculation is harmless. Notably, throughout this entire period, there was no statement definitively affirming that Charlotte was completely healthy. The language used in responses remained consistently vague. This stood in contrast to how the royal family had handled other rumors in the past, when responses were often swift and clear. This shift did not escape the notice of media experts. The public gradually realized that Charlotte's absence was not merely a private family matter. In a monarchy that relies heavily on symbolism, every child represents an image of the future. When that image disappears from view, trust begins to waver. Individual fragments now began to connect. Christmas in the year 2026 without Charlotte. George's birthday without Charlotte. Trooping the color without Charlotte. An edited photograph. A hospital visit without explanation. No single detail on its own was enough to draw a conclusion. But when placed together, they formed a troubling picture. And then, all it took was one small mistake in handling an image. One detail detected by the public, for every effort at information control to begin cracking. Questions that had been suppressed for months erupted all at once. This was the moment when the wall of silence around the royal family showed its first visible fractures. From here, the story entered an entirely different phase. In the British royal family, the most serious secrets are rarely exposed by investigative journalism. More often, they begin with very small errors: a misdirected email, a confidential file sent to the wrong address. And in the story of Princess Charlotte, the largest turning point came from an administrative mistake that seemed impossible to occur. According to multiple internal sources independently confirmed, a medical document marked strictly confidential was mistakenly sent during an exchange between the royal legal team and a medical partner in Europe. The document was not released outside professional circles, but it fell into the hands of individuals who were not part of the direct handling group. Within just a few hours, the information spread across several departments before control systems were activated. The contents of the document were not lengthy, but they were enough to cause shock. It contained a specific medical diagnosis related to a rare degenerative neurological disorder, confirmed during an in-depth examination and assessment process in Switzerland. This was not a preliminary conclusion, but the result of multiple rounds of testing and consultations among leading specialists. Those who read the document said that what chilled them was not only the name of the condition, but its progressive nature. This rare degenerative neurological disorder directly affects movement, cognition, and communication over time. In its early stages, symptoms are easily overlooked or mistaken for ordinary developmental issues in young children. According to the medical records, the earliest signs had appeared several months earlier. mild trembling in the hands when holding objects, eyes that frequently drifted into a distant, unfocused stare during familiar moments. At times, brief confusion, such as not immediately recognizing a commonly used object. These symptoms did not occur constantly, but they were enough to form a pattern of irregularity. The first person to realize that this was not simply ordinary fatigue was Princess Catherine herself. According to accounts from those who work closely with the Wales family, Catherine closely monitors every small change in her children. She is the one who noted what seemed like minor details, then compared them over time. It was the sensitivity of a mother that pushed her to insist on deeper medical evaluation. Despite initial reassurances, the examination process did not take place in a single visit. It extended over many months, beginning at medical facilities in Britain before being transferred to a specialized center in Switzerland. The choice of Switzerland was not accidental. It is home to some of the world's leading specialists in rare neurological disorders in children, as well as experimental treatment approaches not yet widely available. The figures contained in the medical document left many unable to believe what they were reading. This disorder affects only about 1 in 100,000 children worldwide. The rarity is so extreme that many doctors may not encounter more than a single case in their entire careers. More troubling still, without intervention through specialized treatment methods, the average life expectancy recorded is only around 10 to 15 years from the point at which the disease clearly progresses. This information turned the medical document into a slow-burning bomb within the royal household. When senior advisors realized the seriousness of the leak, the response was almost immediate. An emergency meeting was convened within a matter of hours. Access to medical data systems was locked down. Related files were transferred to the highest level of security. According to sources inside the palace, at least one administrative staff member was suspended pending an internal investigation. Several temporary contracts were terminated. Procedures for handling medical information were reviewed from the beginning. For the royal family, this was not merely a private matter, but an institutional risk. What made the situation more complex was that the information did not remain confined to technical channels. Rumors began to spread outward through indirect connections. No documents were published. No screenshots appeared publicly. Yet core details began to surface in background conversations among media circles. A rare disease. A diagnosis in Switzerland. A royal child under absolute protection. The palace entered a state many described as controlled panic. On the surface, everything remained silent. No statements. No responses. But internally, every scenario was placed on the table. If the information were fully exposed, what would the royal family say? How much would be enough? And how long silence would remain viable? Notably, the greatest concern did not come from the popular press, but from within. When a major secret becomes known to many, the risk is not a single article, but the ability to control the flow of information across layers of authority. Who knows? Who does not? Who might accidentally say something that should not be said? Princess Catherine, according to those close to her, was placed in an unprecedented dilemma. On one side was the instinct to protect her daughter at any cost. On the other was pressure from royal tradition demanding absolute silence. In that context, every decision carried long-term consequences, not only for her family, but for the image of the monarchy itself. The leaked document was never officially confirmed, yet the intensity of the royal response sent its own signal. This was not a baseless rumor, and the sensitivity of the matter went far beyond anything the public had seen in previous media crises. As control measures were implemented, another question quietly emerged within the institution. Would continued concealment truly protect Charlotte, or would prolonged silence make everything worse when the truth eventually came to light? When a secret begins to fracture from within, the most frightening element is no longer the reaction of the press. It is the erosion of trust among members of the same institution. And that is the moment when the story enters a new phase, where decisions no longer rest entirely with those who wish to remain silent. According to sources who attended closed-door meetings, the conservative faction argued that precedent was the greatest danger. Once the royal family publicly acknowledged a serious health issue involving a young heir, it would open the door to countless further questions. Today it is Charlotte. Tomorrow it could be someone else. They believed that controlling the narrative from the beginning was the only way to protect the institution. But that argument was not accepted unanimously. Princess Anne, long regarded as an embodiment of royal discipline, yet also known for her directness, strongly objected. According to those present, the meeting became tense when Anne argued that protecting the crown by continuing to conceal the truth about a child ran counter to the core values of the royal family. Anne did not speak in political language. She spoke with the emotion of someone who had witnessed too many family tragedies. She recalled painful lessons from the past. When silence is placed above humanity, the consequences are not only media crises, but scars that endure across generations. According to sources, Anne was visibly emotional during that meeting, a rare sight for someone known for her toughness. King Charles was placed in a difficult position. On one side stood longtime advisors who had guided him through many crises and held unwavering faith in information control strategies. On the other side was his sister, representing a moral voice within the family that he could not ignore. The debate moved beyond media strategy and became a question about the nature of power and responsibility. Meanwhile, Princess Catherine largely withdrew from formal discussions. According to those close to her, she no longer had the strength to engage in strategic debates. For Catherine, all arguments became secondary to one reality. Charlotte is her daughter, and what matters most to her is not image, but the safety and emotional future of her child. During this period, Catherine was said to have written a private letter to Charlotte. It was not a message intended for publication. It was not an official document. It was simply the words of a mother written for her child. The content has never been disclosed, but those aware of the letter say its core message was very clear. The truth can be painful, but the truth is also what protects a child from the feeling of being hidden away and isolated. Prince William stood at the intersection of every conflict. He is the heir to the throne. He is a husband. He is a father. According to sources, William did not hide his emotions during those tense days. He understood the pressure of the institution better than anyone. But he also understood the fear of a father when facing the possibility of losing control over his child's future. In the end, William chose to stand beside his wife, not through public declarations, but through absolute support in closed-door discussions. That support carried significant meaning. For the first time in many decades, 3 generations of the royal family were locked in a clear conflict. King Charles represented institutional caution. Princess Anne represented the painful memory of the past. William and Catherine represented a new generation, one in which personal emotion is no longer viewed as weakness. Observers noted that this was the first time since the era of Princess Diana that the royal family faced such a deep generational internal crisis. Meetings followed one after another. Every option was considered. Full disclosure, partial disclosure, or continued silence. But the longer it went on, the harder consensus became. The conservative faction feared a chain reaction. The other side feared the moral cost of concealment. Notably, Catherine did not attempt to persuade through political reasoning. She did not argue media strategy. She posed one simple question. If Charlotte grows up and discovers that the entire world knew something about her before she herself did, who would take responsibility for that harm? The question had no easy answer, but it left many people in the room silent. In that context, advisors to King Charles realized that control of the narrative was no longer entirely in their hands. With each passing day, the risk of leaks increased, not from the press, but from those carrying the burden of the secret themselves. An institution can withstand external pressure, but internal pressure is what causes it to fracture. Princess Anne continued to hold a firm position. She did not only oppose silence, she warned of long-term consequences if the royal family repeated old mistakes. In her view, an image cannot be built on the sacrifice of the most vulnerable, especially children. While the palace argued, Catherine made a decision of her own. It was not a decision put to a vote. It was not the result of strategy. It was a decision born from the heart of a mother. She believed that the truth, however painful, was better than prolonged silence. And once that decision was formed, the internal balance of the royal family changed irreversibly. From that moment, the story was no longer only about protecting the crown. It became a story about what the royal family would choose to be in the new century, an institution that continues to place image above people, or a royal family that accepts vulnerability as part of its strength. According to those present, the meeting took place in a private room at Kensington Palace. There were no television cameras. There was no standing media team. Only a very small group was invited: King Charles, Princess Anne, Prince William, several senior advisors, and Princess Catherine. This was not a press briefing. It was a conversation that many understood would change everything. Catherine entered the room, holding a thin stack of papers. There was no official logo, no mark from the press office. According to internal sources, she rejected all suggestions to edit the content. She made it clear that these were words she had written herself, and she would read them herself, not to announce a strategy, but to speak the truth in her own way. Those who witnessed it recalled that Catherine's voice was very low at first. She read slowly. There were moments when she had to pause to breathe. When she mentioned Charlotte, her voice visibly trembled, not from fear of public reaction, but from the emotion of a mother who had remained silent for too long. Tears appeared. Not dramatic, not performative, but enough to draw the room into silence. In the statement, Catherine did not use complex medical terminology. She spoke of a rare illness, a long-term treatment journey, many stages filled with uncertainty. She described sleepless nights beside monitoring equipment, listening to every small change in her child breathing, mornings that began with hope and ended in exhaustion, moments when only family was present. Without titles, without ceremony. According to sources, Catherine did not avoid the truth that the family had chosen silence for a long time, but she also made the reason clear, not to protect image, but to protect Charlotte from scrutiny before she was able to face it. She acknowledged that this decision became increasingly difficult as silence produced more speculation than truth. No one in the room interrupted her. William was described as lowering his head, struggling to maintain composure. Princess Anne wept. Several long-serving advisors, people rarely seen showing emotion, could not hide their response. This was no longer a debate about media. This was a moment in which all strategic arguments lost meaning. After Catherine finished, the room remained silent for several seconds. No one applauded. No one spoke immediately. King Charles was said to have spoken very little. He acknowledged that this decision would carry major consequences, but he did not oppose it. That was when many understood that the door had opened and could not be closed again. The statement was released afterward almost word for word. There were no significant edits, no added or removed details. This went against long-standing royal practice, where every piece of information is tightly controlled through multiple layers of approval. But this time, the decision was made quickly, as if everyone understood that delay would only make things worse. Public reaction came almost immediately. Within 5 minutes of the announcement, keywords related to Princess Charlotte became the most discussed topic worldwide. More than 2 million posts appeared in a very short period of time. Not all of them were positive, but the majority expressed sympathy and support. Media observers noted something rare. The overall tone was not curiosity or scandal hunting. It was a collective pause. Many wrote that for the first time they felt the royal family was speaking to the public as ordinary human beings. without shields, without distance. However, behind this wave of emotion lay an unavoidable reality. Once the truth was spoken, the royal family no longer had full control of the narrative. Medical experts began to analyze. Hypotheses emerged. Some information was misinterpreted. The details Catherine did not mention became gaps that others rushed to fill. Inside the palace, advisors realized that the next phase would be more difficult. Before, control came through silence. Now, they had to learn how to live with partial transparency. Every question from the press, every comment on social media could create new pressure for the Wales family. Catherine, according to those close to her, understood this clearly when she made her decision. But she believed that the burden of truth was lighter than the burden of concealment. She believed that Charlotte, when she grows up, would not have to ask why the world knew something about her before she was told. William was said to have told advisors privately that this was not only the decision of a mother, it was a direction the next generation of the royal family needed to accept, a direction where vulnerability is not seen as weakness, where acknowledging hardship can create trust rather than destroy it. International reaction also spread quickly. Child health organizations expressed support. Many families with children affected by rare diseases shared their stories, saying that Catherine speaking out made them feel seen. This was something no media strategy could intentionally manufacture. At the same time, critical voices also appeared. Some argued that the royal family had waited too long. Others questioned the level of information that was disclosed. This showed that once the truth is spoken, it never belongs to only one side. The moment Catherine broke, the silence did not end the story. It only opened a new chapter. A chapter in which the royal family must face the public with fewer defenses, and a chapter in which the boundary between private life and public responsibility has become more fragile than ever. But for Catherine, according to those close to her, the decision had been made long before, not in a meeting room, but during long nights beside her child hospital bed, and when the truth was finally spoken, regardless of how the world responded. She believed she had done the only thing a mother could do. Immediately after the truth was revealed, public reaction unfolded in a way even the most seasoned media experts did not predict. Instead of skepticism or harsh criticism, social media was filled with deeply personal messages. The phrase "Mama Bear" appeared widely alongside the name Princess Charlotte. Hundreds of thousands of parents shared their journeys, caring for children with rare illnesses. Stories once kept in silence were now spoken openly, not to seek attention, but to find empathy. Notably, the public tone did not focus on the royal family as a distant institution. It centered on Catherine as a mother. Many posts emphasized that for the first time, they saw a royal family member acting on a very human instinct, protecting her child, accepting personal pain to lessen the burden on her child. This empathy spread far beyond the borders of the United Kingdom. In public opinion, surveys conducted shortly afterward, support for the Wales family surged. According to internal figures cited by British media, favorability ratings increased by around 300% compared to the period before the announcement. For a monarchy facing growing doubts about its relevance in the new century, this was a rare reversal. However, inside the palace, the picture was far from calm. Traditional advisors realized that the strategy of absolute control no longer worked. Those who had insisted on silence were pushed into a defensive position. Some were replaced. Others were reassigned away from key roles. There were no dramatic dismissal statements, but personnel changes happened quickly and decisively. King Charles, according to sources close to the matter, had very few options. Strong public support for Catherine and William made any opposing move extremely risky. Instead of keeping his distance, he was compelled to show public support. His subsequent statements emphasized empathy, the need for controlled transparency, and the importance of family in the role of a modern monarchy. This marked a significant turning point. For many decades, the British royal family had operated on the principle that image must be protected at all costs. This time, however, truth and emotion did the opposite. They protected the image by making the monarchy feel closer to the public. Analysts suggest that the positive public reaction was not accidental. It stemmed from the sense that the monarchy had learned lessons from the past. Catherine choosing to speak the truth evoked memories of Diana, but in a different way. Not a tragedy forced upon her, but a conscious and deliberate choice. In the weeks that followed, the palace began adjusting its media approach. Information was provided more regularly while still maintaining clear limits around the private life of Charlotte. This shift was described as selective transparency, not revealing everything, but no longer hiding behind rigid silence. This created a ripple effect. Charitable organizations linked to rare childhood illnesses reported a sharp increase in donations. Many families said they felt less alone when a public figure dared to acknowledge similar struggles. Without directly calling for action, Catherine inadvertently became a symbol for a broader conversation about children's health and the right to know the truth. Within the royal family, this change also influenced how different generations viewed their roles. William was seen as benefiting the most in terms of credibility, not because he was the heir, but because he chose to stand by his wife at a decisive moment. This strengthened the image of a future leadership generation willing to place people before protocol. Princess Anne, who had strongly opposed silence, was viewed as a voice of conscience during the crisis. Her role was not widely mentioned in official statements, but among observers, her influence was undeniable. This was proof that change within the monarchy did not come only from the younger generation, but also from those who had endured enough loss to understand the value of truth. Of course, not every issue was resolved. Questions about the future of Charlotte, about how the monarchy would balance privacy with public responsibility, all of these remained. But unlike before, the royal family no longer faced these questions from a position of absolute defense. From personal tragedy, a seed of hope emerged. Not the hope that hardship would disappear, but the hope that the way hardship is faced could change. The British monarchy in that fragile moment showed its capacity to adapt, and this story clearly has not ended here. As the wave of public attention gradually subsided, one thing became clear. The story of Charlotte did not stop at a medical announcement or a successfully managed media crisis. It created a new symbol, not intentionally constructed by the monarchy, but formed naturally through public empathy. Charlotte was mentioned as a child fighting a difficult battle, and at the same time, as a representative of thousands of other families quietly confronting rare illnesses that few people see. In internal reports, advisors acknowledged that the greatest strength came from the monarchy no longer standing apart. Catherine and William no longer appeared as flawless images, but as parents learning how to lean on the community. Public support did not diminish royal dignity. On the contrary, it reinforced their position in a society that is changing how it views power and transparency. According to sources close to the family, Catherine became calmer after the truth was spoken. The burden of secrecy was replaced by another responsibility: living with the truth and protecting her child under public scrutiny. William was also said to have changed noticeably. He became more deeply involved in family decisions and expressed clearer views on the future direction of the monarchy. On an institutional level, this story left a legacy that is difficult to reverse. The British monarchy began to be seen as an organization capable of learning from pain. Observers noted that this event accelerated a modernization process that had previously moved slowly, more transparent, more humane, and less defensive in the face of legitimate public questions. The greatest legacy did not lie in approval ratings or image metrics. It lay in a simple but powerful message. Maternal love can challenge even the most rigid rules, and sometimes acknowledged vulnerability becomes the most enduring source of strength for an institution that has existed for hundreds of years. Beneath the marble of ancient palaces, where power is often measured by ritual and distance, this story closed with a simple, undeniable truth. The most enduring strength does not come from the crown but from the love of a mother. Through documents, accounts, and internal reactions, it is clear that Catherine chose the hardest path, silent when necessary, firm when protection was required, and placing the health and future of her children above all pressure. That decision did not only shape her personal image, it also forced the monarchy to reflect on how it treats the people behind the titles. William stood beside her not as a symbol but as a father and a husband, sharing responsibility. From that point, the monarchy moved more slowly, but closer to the public. What do you think about the actions of Catherine? Comment number 1 or number 2, as asked at the beginning of the video. Like if you were moved. Share to spread this story. And subscribe and turn on notifications so you do not miss the latest royal updates. Thank you for watching until the end. Always cherish health and family. See you again. On the morning of February 3, 2026, London woke to an unusual atmosphere. Buckingham Palace released a brief confirmation that sent shockwaves. Archie and Lilibet were separated from the direct influence of their biological mother, Meghan Markle. A confidential red folder was placed on the desk of King Charles, revealing a plan known as maternal disassociation, a concept describing a mother voluntarily removing herself from her children's lives. From that moment, the story was no longer about image disputes. Internal sources say the crisis erupted when Meghan withdrew both children from school without notifying the legal guardian. The actions that followed forced royal advisers to intervene. A trust fund valued at £6.3 million was dissolved. A confidentiality agreement signed in Dubai was exposed, containing clauses that restricted contact between mother and children. The documents formed a connected picture, indicating risks to the stability of the two children. The royal family responded swiftly. Passports were frozen to prevent movement. Temporary guardianship was activated under British legal supervision. According to advisers, this was not a punishment but an emergency measure to protect minors. This was not a public relations game. This was a survival battle for two royal children. Which side are you on? Comment number 1. If you support the royal family's actions to protect children. Or number 2, if you believe Meghan has been treated unfairly. Join me as we open the red folder, starting from the moment the crisis erupted. On January 31, 2026, the attendance system of the Santa Barbara School recorded an unusual detail. Archie did not appear. Lilibet did not appear either. In the days before their schedules had been stable, there was no leave request. There was no family notice. By late morning, the absence status was escalated under internal procedure. No show immediate concern. This alert level is activated only when a school cannot confirm a student's basic safety. According to records compiled later, Meghan personally requested the withdrawal of both children from the school in the same session. The request did not include any transfer procedure. There was no new enrollment file. There was no alternative educational address. Administrative staff made multiple calls but received no response. Emails were not answered. The school's contact rights with the parent were completely blocked on the same day. By afternoon, previously scheduled pediatric appointments were canceled. There was no follow-up schedule. There were no transitional care notes. Doctors marked the files as interrupted medical care. Those who had close contact with the children in the previous week reported noticeable changes. Archie was frequently tired, had trouble sleeping, and startled during nap time. Lilibet became withdrawn, communicated less, and responded slowly to her surroundings. Teachers reported night terrors and increasing signs of withdrawal. When schooling was abruptly cut off and medical care was disrupted, the local child protection system classified the situation as high risk. The term custodial abandonment appeared in the preliminary report, reflecting a breakdown in continuous caregiving responsibility. The royal family's initial response was conducted quietly. There was no statement. There were no public comments. A consolidated report was sent to London through legal channels. Data from California were cross-checked along the timeline. The school confirmed withdrawal without procedure. Clinics confirmed cancellations without planning. Local authorities confirmed no alternative care address had been declared. All sources pointed to the same void. There was no plan for the two children after being removed from their familiar environment. Within 48 hours, a red folder was created. This document was not about image disputes. It listed actions, timing, and potential consequences. Princess Anne requested the file be opened as a child welfare matter. A consensus was reached quickly. If a stable environment could not be identified, intervention was unavoidable. Advisors emphasized that delays could worsen psychological harm. Contact with Meghan's side was re-established through legal counsel. Requests were made for the children's current residence. Requests were made to confirm a new school. Requests were made for an alternative medical care schedule. The responses were fragmented. Some answers cited privacy rights. Some requests were refused under confidentiality clauses. There were no documents confirming a new educational environment. There was no continuous medical care schedule. In this context, the risk assessment was elevated. The figures inside the red folder were shocking. The trust fund, designated for the children's education and health care, was dissolved ahead of schedule. £6.3 million was reallocated without an equivalent replacement plan. A confidentiality agreement signed in Dubai was included in the file with clauses restricting contact in specific contexts. The children's passports were requested to be transferred to a third party without the consent of the legal guardian in the United Kingdom. Each individual detail could be explained on its own. When placed together, they formed a picture of risk. The initial consequences appeared quickly. The Santa Barbara school submitted a report under its legal obligation. The pediatric clinic marked the files as interrupted care. Psychological experts recommended early intervention to prevent night terrors from becoming prolonged and withdrawal from turning chronic. Children at this age require continuity. Any sudden disruption leaves long-lasting marks. The recommendations emphasized restoring a stable daily routine as soon as possible. The royal family activated temporary measures. Passports were frozen to prevent uncontrolled movement. Emergency guardianship was placed under consideration with court supervision. The objective was clearly recorded in the file: to protect the best interests of the children. Not punishment, not politics, not image. Every step was documented and legally cross-checked. In internal meetings, the central question was not who was right or wrong. The question was where the two children were and whether they were safe. When no satisfactory answers were available, protection procedures took priority. Advisors warned that prolonged uncertainty would increase psychological and legal harm. Therefore, action was accelerated within the framework of the law. From a covert action in California, the storm spread to Windsor Castle. Watch what Princess Anne did with that shocking red folder. An emergency meeting was convened on February 2, 2026, only 48 hours after the file on Archie and Lilibet was transferred from California to London. There was no official announcement. There was no public schedule. The meeting took place in a closed office with attendance limited to a minimum. Princess Anne presided. In front of her lay a thick red folder, updated continuously through the night. From the very first minute, Princess Anne demanded that all emotional arguments be set aside. She stressed that this was not a matter of personal image nor a routine family conflict. This was a comprehensive risk assessment involving the rights of minors. The red folder was opened in strict chronological order. Each page marked a milestone. Each milestone reflected a decision prepared in advance. The first section of the file focused on a sequence of actions over the 4 months preceding the crisis. Legal advisors confirmed that the trust fund, dedicated to the education and medical care of Archie and Lilibet, had been dissolved ahead of schedule. The total value of £6.3 million was not transferred into a preservation fund, but reallocated through intermediary legal entities. There was no document proving that the long-term interests of the children were equivalently secured. The timing of the fund dissolution coincided with the restructuring of media contracts in the Middle East. Cash flow timing and signatories all pointed to a non-accidental alignment. Financial advisors in the room agreed that this was a deliberate act, not a situational reaction. Cutting the trust fund before the crisis erupted was assessed as a key preparatory step. Next came the confidentiality documents signed in Dubai. The content of these agreements raised serious concern. One specific clause required the removal of the concept of familial associations from public use within media products. This meant the two children would no longer be identified as family members in certain commercial contexts. Lawyers emphasized that this clause did not serve the interests of the children, but served image control objectives. The red folder continued with documents related to Spotify and Netflix. In the internal catalog for the second quarter of 2026, the names and images of Archie and Lilibet had been removed from the family content category. This was not contract termination, but reclassification. Media advisors explained that this move allowed greater personal brand flexibility while reducing legal obligations related to minors. Detailed evidence was presented for nearly 1 hour. An internal memorandum, titled Maternal Disassociation, drafted 4 months earlier, was introduced. The memo clearly listed each step: separation from the current educational environment, disruption of routine medical care, financial restructuring, media rebranding. Each step included a timeline, responsible parties, and specific objectives. Another set of documents related to a docu-series project in the Middle East noticeably shifted the atmosphere in the room. In these materials, Archie and Lilibet were not referenced by their full names. Family identity was blurred. Advisors described this as an identity eraser phenomenon. When personal identity is obscured, children cease to be protected subjects and become image identifiers. Supporting contracts showed that the role of the children existed only as brand symbols. There were no clauses guaranteeing education. There were no clauses guaranteeing psychological care. Budgets allocated for child protection were significantly reduced compared to previous projects. Experts in the room warned that this model turned children into brand mascots with very high legal and ethical risk. The next figures made the meeting heavier. The proportion of child image exposure in promotional materials increased while protection clauses decreased. The time children spent in stable environments was reduced. These indicators were benchmarked against international welfare standards, and all exceeded acceptable risk thresholds. Princess Anne ordered an analysis of intent. Advisors agreed that this was not a co-parenting model. There was no coordination plan. There was no shared responsibility mechanism. There was no evidence that child protection was the goal. Instead, all data pointed to a carefully prepared publicity war in which children became intermediary tools. A passage was read aloud in the meeting room stating that if necessary, the Crown would assume responsibility for care in order to ensure stability. The wording was concise and non-confrontational. Lawyers explained that this was a legal duty when evidence showed a risk to minors. Deeper analysis showed that the sequence of actions had been planned long in advance. Financial schedules, confidentiality clauses, and platform restructuring all occurred before the children were withdrawn from school. This ruled out impulsive behavior. Advisors concluded that removing the children from their educational environment was merely the final trigger. The red folder ended with a consolidated risk table: medium-term psychological risk, cross-border legal risk, risk of loss of personal identity. Each item was scored, and each exceeded acceptable thresholds. Princess Anne concluded that waiting would only worsen the consequences. The meeting ended with unanimous consensus. There were no objections. There were no proposals to delay. The red folder was moved to action status. Advisors were tasked with preparing the next steps within a strict legal framework. The focus remained unchanged: protecting the best interests of the two children. With irrefutable evidence, the royal family could no longer wait. It was time for decisive action, beginning with Prince William. After the red folder was moved to action status, the royal family had few options left. Legal advisors agreed that hesitation would increase legal and psychological risk for the two children. Therefore, a mechanism not activated for many decades was brought forward. This was Appendix 4 of the Royal Succession Stabilization Act. a legal appendix issued after the Edward VIII crisis and never applied since. Appendix 4 was designed for exceptional situations when the interests of children in the line of succession are threatened by severe instability in the guardianship environment. This mechanism allows the royal family to intervene directly on a temporary basis without waiting for prolonged rulings. At the same time, the Royal Guardianship Protocol was restored. This framework was created in the 1940s during wartime evacuation, with the supreme objective of maintaining psychological and identity continuity. Advisors emphasized that activating these instruments was not punitive. It was designed as an emergency stabilization measure. In internal minutes, the phrase repeated many times was "best interest of the child." When the legal council reached consensus, the decision was made in silence. The first measure was freezing passports. Under the Royal Guardianship Protocol, children under special protection are not permitted to leave the control perimeter until they reach 16 years of age. This was not intended to restrict personal freedom, but to prevent uncontrolled cross-border movement during instability. Relevant authorities were discreetly notified to ensure coordinated enforcement. The second measure was activating an image shield for 5 years under the Windsor Privacy Act, 2023. Under this provision, any images, content, or identifying data related to the two children were prohibited from commercial exploitation. Existing contracts were required to cease immediately. The goal was to completely sever the exploitation chain and restore private space. Alongside restrictions, the royal family announced the establishment of the Royal Restoration Fund with a budget of £12 million sterling. This fund was designed to ensure education, medical care, and long-term psychological support for the two children. Expenditures would be independently supervised. There would be no commercial links. There would be no media clauses. These measures carried significant financial consequences. A trust valued at £8 million sterling in Meghan's name was declared invalid due to violations of child protection provisions. Lawyers confirmed that when a trust is used in ways that harm welfare, protective rights can be revoked. At the same time, all licensing deals involving family imagery were declared null. There were no exceptions. There was no transition period. Legal impact spread widely. Media platforms were compelled to remove content. Commercial partners were required to review contracts. Previous confidentiality clauses lost effect when in conflict with child protection law. In risk assessments, financial losses were projected to be substantial, but were considered a necessary cost to re-establish stability. The hearing took place on February 1, 2026. There was no press. There was no public audience. Princess Anne appeared as the royal representative. In a brief statement, she confirmed that the royal family no longer recognized maternal privileges within the current legal scope due to proven risk. The statement carried no emotion. It was delivered as a legal conclusion. Judges recorded that the decision was based on a continuous chain of evidence: withdrawal from school, disruption of medical care, financial restructuring, image exploitation. When viewed together, they formed a harmful pattern. The temporary order was approved with strict oversight. Psychological consequences were placed at the highest priority. Specialists were appointed to design a recovery pathway for the two children. A stable living environment was prioritized. Safe family relationships were encouraged to be re-established. The objective was to restore a sense of security that had been disrupted. These decisions marked a rare turning point in modern royal history. They demonstrated a clear boundary between image and responsibility. When children's interests are threatened, ancient mechanisms are ready to be awakened. These decisions did not arise from law alone, but also from the heart. Watch the role of Catherine and Charlotte in the healing of the two children. After legal measures were activated, the royal family's focus quickly shifted to one crucial question: who would directly ensure emotional stability for the two children during the most sensitive phase? The answer was delivered quietly but consistently. Princess Catherine was assigned the role of chief guardian for Lilibet, with responsibility for coordinating psychological care, education, and family integration. Experts described Lilibet's condition as transatlantic identity trauma. Continuous movement, environmental changes, and the breakdown of family roles had created a sense of rootlessness. Catherine did not approach the issue as a royal symbol. She worked directly with the therapy team, built a stable daily routine, and maintained a fixed care group in Wales. Nannies were selected based on continuity and familiarity, avoiding any performative elements. Integration with the children of Catherine and William was carried out step by step. There were no announcements. There was no staging. Images of hands held together in the rose garden appeared only after many weeks of psychological stabilization. George assumed the role of elder brother, guiding daily routines. Louis brought youthful rhythm. Charlotte occupied a special position, both close and protective. The goal was not to create an ideal family image, but to restore a sense of safety. Catherine emphasized that children must be treated as children, not as symbols. Therapy sessions focused on allowing Lilibet to name her emotions and understand that the changes were not her fault. Schooling was restored at a gentle pace. Outdoor activities were prioritized. Each step was recorded and adjusted according to psychological feedback. In this context, Charlotte's role emerged naturally. No one planned the symbolic moment. It occurred during an internal event when Charlotte held a letter opener that once belonged to Queen Elizabeth II. The act was not ceremonial. It was a gesture of connection across generations. When asked, Charlotte replied briefly that "we are not currency." The phrase "we are not currency" spread at unexpected speed. Within 48 hours, images and quotations appeared in 22 languages. Media experts described it as a rare phenomenon. A child's message unstaged resonated directly with global concern about the exploitation of minors' images. The royal family did not issue copyright. They did not request removals. The spread occurred organically. Charlotte became a symbol not because of status, but because of moral clarity. Her words were quoted in legal and educational forums. Child protection organizations used them as examples of a minor's voice in public space. This inadvertently strengthened the royal family's legal argument for prioritizing welfare over commerce. While Catherine and Charlotte established the emotional foundation, other members of the royal family handled the policy layer. Princess Anne, together with Sophie and Edward, signed an internal directive to standardize child integration procedures. The document clearly defined individual roles, avoided overlap, and avoided media framing. All public contact required prior assessment of psychological impact. William held the most difficult role. During a strategic meeting, he left the room when discussion touched on the possibility of prolonged public dispute. The stormout was confirmed by multiple sources. Not due to disagreement, but due to concern that escalation would harm the children. Afterward, William requested a narrowing of media exposure and a focus on internal stability. Figures continued to draw attention. Images of Charlotte spread at record speed yet generated no revenue. There was no licensing. There were no contracts. This created a precedent. Media noted that, for the first time, a royal child symbol was fully protected from commercial exploitation despite enormous global appeal. Analysts observed that this restraint strengthened royal credibility. Prioritizing children over image created rare social consensus. Independent surveys showed support rising significantly among parents. The royal family was viewed as an institution capable of self-limitation. The integration phase concluded with an internal assessment. Lilibet was more stable. Night terrors decreased. Archie began adapting to the new routine. Experts recommended maintaining the current environment for at least 1 year. There were no plans for relocation. There were no sudden changes. While the royal family built a stable future for the children across the Atlantic, Meghan and Harry were facing their own private hell. While the royal family was consolidating its protective position over the two children, on the other side of the Atlantic, consequences were rapidly closing in on Meghan Markle. According to internal sources from Los Angeles that we accessed through discreet interviews, Meghan was facing an unprecedented professional crisis. Hollywood. which once welcomed her as a modern icon, was now turning away quickly and without leniency. Senior studio executives, including those who previously collaborated with Archewell Productions, began circulating the term Class 1 liability, an internal label referring to figures considered high risk and capable of damaging both reputation and revenue. A source from CAA, a leading talent management company, revealed that at least 3 major contracts were cancelled within 48 hours after the British court announced the guardianship decision. Netflix, a partner that had invested millions of dollars in Meghan's projects, suspended all ongoing negotiations. The company not only removed thumbnails and descriptions related to Archie and Lilibet from older promotional series, but also cancelled plans for a new docu-series that Meghan had pitched about solo parenting struggles. The reason cited by Netflix lawyers was concern over international litigation related to children's image rights, especially after the activation of the Windsor Privacy Act. Similarly, Spotify quietly removed all references to children from the metadata of Meghan's podcasts, leading to the collapse of sponsorship agreements linked to a children's storytelling platform she had previously promoted. Fashion and beauty brands that once lined up for collaboration were now retreating. A source in Beverly Hills said that a fragrance deal worth several $1 million had been placed on indefinite hold, with image risk from the legal battle cited as the primary reason. Even images of Meghan aboard a luxury yacht in Doha, Qatar, began circulating widely as evidence of what British journalists described as abandonment in haute couture, a term used to portray perceived detached luxury while children were in crisis. The photograph, showing her sipping champagne beside a Middle Eastern media tycoon, was used by royal sources to reinforce arguments of calculated abandonment. Within 24 hours, partners such as Tyler Perry and Oprah Winfrey publicly distanced themselves. Perry reportedly deleted an old voicemail that later leaked, in which he questioned Meghan about failing to respond to palace notifications. Altogether, these developments painted a picture of a deeply isolated Meghan, with a once brilliant career now collapsing like dominoes. Turning to Prince Harry, the situation appeared even more dire, according to reports from those close to him. Sources from Montecito, where Harry had lived with Meghan, confirmed that he had fully separated from his wife in early February 2026, choosing to stay alone in Monaco, a place he had previously used to avoid attention. Mental health professionals we interviewed said Harry was experiencing a severe psychological breakdown, with symptoms including major depression and prolonged insomnia. A former Sussex aide revealed that Harry had been blindsided by Meghan's actions, particularly her refusal to engage in a joint custody arrangement he had proposed. Instead, Harry received a handwritten letter from Prince Edward, delivered via royal courier, stating that custody, guardianship, and protection of Windsor children now fell solely under Crown protocol, and that he would be informed of further conditions should he wish to visit. The letter, drafted with the consent of King Charles, contained no emotional language and reflected constitutional finality, a phrasing emphasizing irreversible legal authority. According to sources, Harry reacted by canceling an appearance at a veterans conference in Arizona, citing unresolved legal trauma. He made an urgent attempt to contact Prince William, pleading for a private meeting with Archie and Lilibet without Meghan present. A royal aide confirmed that Harry said during the call, "This might be my last chance," a statement reflecting profound desperation. The request was denied on technical grounds, including Harry's unstable United States residency status and lack of consistent income. Palace insiders said Harry was now in an isolated state, with few remaining friends and no support from the Sussex side of the family. He was reportedly weighing whether to defy the royal family again or finally stand with his children. But all signs suggested he was trapped in stalemate. Leaked medical reports indicated that Harry had sought therapy in Monaco, where he was attempting to cope with transatlantic identity trauma similar to what the children were experiencing. The situation raised growing concern that Harry could spiral further without timely intervention. Now let us look at the shocking numbers that reveal the true scale of the damage. The Sussex Kitchen Project, a children-focused cooking segment concept approved by Meghan in early January 2026, was flagged by the United Kingdom Broadcast Ethics Council over concerns of psychological commodification identity. The plan included wardrobe sponsors and social media rollout windows for Lilibet. As a result, the entire project was cancelled, wiping out the initial investment estimated at several $100,000. Similarly, Meghan's personal fragrance deal was placed on indefinite hold, while the artificial intelligence content tool Mindframe, part of the Reclaiming Grace strategy, was paused by its technology partner after a risk assessment leading to financial losses reaching into the millions. These numbers represent more than monetary loss. They mark the end of the Marl era, a term used by media to describe the period when Meghan and Harry dominated as a modern royal couple. From a feminist icon celebrated on Oprah, Meghan is now labeled a Class 1 liability avoided by Hollywood executives. Deeper analysis from legal experts we consulted shows this outcome resulted from a chain of strategic missteps. These included attempts to trademark the children's names and the use of Princess Diana legacy for commercial purposes, all of which were blocked by the royal family. The result is that Meghan not only lost custody rights, but also the media empire she had built, while Harry was pushed into the role of a powerless victim. These numbers underscore that in this conflict no one truly wins, but the children bear the greatest cost. And now, after peeling back every layer of this crisis, let us view the entire picture with clarity. From January 31, 2026, when Meghan Markle quietly withdrew Archie, age 7, and Lilibet, age 5, from their private school in Santa Barbara, without notifying any involved parties, everything changed permanently. That action was not merely a personal decision. It triggered an unprecedented legal and institutional chain reaction in modern royal history. The red folder, carried by Princess Anne into the emergency meeting at Windsor Castle, contained irrefutable evidence. This included the dissolution of a £6.3 million education trust for children in the United Kingdom, the cancellation of routine medical appointments, the signing of non-disclosure agreements with Dubai media sponsors to erase all family associations and directives to remove Archie and Lilibet from all marketing materials of Archewell, Spotify, and Netflix before the second quarter of 2026. These details were not rumors. They were documents submitted to the Royal Chancery Court and the California Family Court under joint jurisdiction. The outcome followed swiftly. On February 3, the Crown officially activated structural guardianship, froze the international passports of the two children, and prohibited travel outside the United Kingdom until age 16 without consent from the Princess Royal, the Child Welfare Council. Their commercial images, names, and likenesses were locked for 5 years under the Windsor Privacy Act, 2023. At the same time, Prince William established the Royal Restoration Fund, valued at £12 million to secure education, psychological therapy, and reintegration for Archie and Lilibet. This figure stood in direct contrast to the voided £6.3 million trust, a clear shift from commodification to protection. This story is not merely a custody dispute. It is a vivid demonstration of the British royal family constructing a dynastic firewall to protect the Windsor legacy and identity from Hollywood and media opportunism. Princess Anne, Prince William, Princess Catherine, and Princess Charlotte made their position clear. Children born into royalty are not commercial tools, not brand mascots for contracts, and not stories for sale, as Charlotte stated plainly. When Meghan attempted to trademark her children's names, pitch a solo parenting documentary series, or plan Sussex Kitchen with Middle Eastern sponsors, the royal family did not remain silent. They acted using ancient legal mechanisms from Appendix 4 of the Royal Succession Stabilization Act to guardianship protocols dating back to Edward VIII to ensure responsibility and lineage came first. This is a harsh lesson. When children's identities are exploited to build a personal empire, and then abandoned when inconvenient, the system protects itself. Archie and Lilibet are now under Crown care, integrated into a stable family environment with George, Charlotte, and Louis, and receiving therapy to overcome transatlantic identity trauma. Meghan has lost authority, Harry is isolated, and the Marl era has officially ended. If these shocking numbers, decisive actions, and lessons on responsibility have left an impact like the video now, to support investigative content like this, subscribe to the channel to stay updated on future royal developments. Most importantly, leave a comment below with your view. Do you support the royal family's decision, or believe Meghan was treated unfairly? Type 1 if you stand with child protection the Windsor way, or Type 2 if you believe Meghan deserves sympathy. Your voice matters, and we will continue following what comes next. Thank you for watching until the final second. The latest scandal shaking the British royal family has ignited a media storm across the globe, and this time, the spotlight once again falls on Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. But what's causing the uproar isn't another interview or a Netflix documentary. It's something far more explosive, a series of bold accusations from royal commentator Angela Levin, who suggests that the legitimacy of Archie and Lilibet's royal lineage may now be under question. According to Levin, there are strange inconsistencies surrounding the timing, paperwork, and even the ceremonial details of the children's births. These seemingly minor discrepancies, when pieced together, form a deeply unsettling picture. Could Harry and Meghan be hiding something behind their carefully curated image of perfection? This is no longer a matter of personal privacy. It's an issue that touches the very core of royal succession and the honor of the British monarchy. A topic powerful enough to shake the public's faith in the institution itself. Angela Levin, who has interviewed and written biographies about several members of the royal family, is not known for spreading baseless gossip. She's famous for her sharp commentary and her willingness to probe the monarchy's most taboo subjects. So when Levin speaks, the nation listens and divides. Some accuse her of attacking Meghan yet again, while others insist that it's finally time the truth came out. Now, all eyes turn to a single, haunting question. Are Harry and Meghan's children truly legitimate members of the Windsor bloodline? When Angela Levin appeared on live television and openly questioned the legal legitimacy of the Sussex children, Britain seemed to hold its breath. She declared, "If Meghan did not give birth herself, or if Prince Harry is not the biological father, then Archie and Lilibet cannot be considered legitimate members of the royal family." One short sentence, yet powerful enough to shake the centuries-old foundation of trust and continuity the monarchy has tried so hard to preserve. Under royal tradition, bloodline is more than biology. It is a sacred bond linking the crown and its heirs, the symbol of legitimacy, ensuring that only those of Windsor descent have the right to inherit titles, ranks, and positions in the royal line of succession. Every royal birth is meticulously documented, the hospital, the witnesses, the religious rites, leaving no room for ambiguity. That's why Levin's insinuation that Meghan may not have carried Archie or Lilibet herself, perhaps faking her pregnancy or using a surrogate, sent shockwaves through Britain. She also pointed out the couple's extreme secrecy surrounding the births, refusing media access to the hospital, withholding the doctor's name, and denying post-delivery photos, all of which made the situation even more suspicious. Levin offered no concrete evidence, but her tone, honed by decades as a seasoned royal insider, suggested she might know more than she's saying. 8. What makes Levin's statement so serious is her long-standing credibility within royal circles. She has interviewed Prince Harry during his military service, written biographies on Prince Charles and Prince William, and maintained close ties with Buckingham Palace sources. In other words, she's no tabloid opportunist, she's a journalist, once trusted to chronicle the monarchy's official story, which is why her public doubts about the Sussex children's bloodline have transformed a rumor into a national controversy. Within hours of her broadcast, social media erupted. Twitter and online forums were flooded with fierce debates. One side branded Angela Levin a hate-monger, accusing her of targeting Meghan, a woman already subjected to years of media hostility. The other side countered that, if there truly were irregularities in Meghan's pregnancies, the public deserved transparency after all. Prince Harry, though no longer a working royal, remains the king's son and the father of 2 children who still hold royal titles. Major newspapers such as the Daily Mail, the Telegraph, and the Times quickly picked up the story, each from its own angle. Some royal reporters called it the most dangerous royal scandal since Diana, because it touches the most forbidden subject of all, the purity of the royal bloodline. Meanwhile, Harry and Meghan's supporters fired back, accusing Levin of exploiting her platform to stir scandal and sell books. But whatever her motive, Levin had succeeded in detonating a media firestorm. Buckingham Palace remained silent, a silence that only fueled more speculation. If the claims were entirely false, why not deny them outright? And if there was any truth to them, could the palace be quietly managing the fallout before it spread further? These questions hovered over every headline, holding the public in suspense. In the days following the broadcast, Angela Levin trended globally. Millions revisited old clips, Meghan's mysteriously vanishing baby bump, the complete lack of hospital photos of Lilibet's birth in the U.S. Every fragment was dissected, exaggerated, and reinterpreted. It felt as though the entire world had joined an unofficial investigation into the most sacred mystery of all, the royal blood itself. But there's one question very few people dare to ask. What made Angela Levin bold enough to voice such explosive allegations live on air, a move that could destroy her entire career if proven false? Could it be that she holds information the public hasn't yet seen? Or is this part of a deeper, silent war between those who once served the crown and those who dared to walk away from it? Angela Levin didn't stop at questioning the royal bloodline of Archie and Lilibet. In a follow-up television appearance, she dropped an even more shocking revelation. Prince Harry, she claimed, is quietly pursuing a secret legal case targeting individuals and organizations, digging into his past. According to Levin, this is a desperate attempt to control the narrative. And, at a deeper level, an effort to conceal uncomfortable truths about Harry himself. Levin described this lawsuit as being conducted under absolute secrecy. No press releases, no lawyer statements, no public court records. Only a handful of royal correspondents were even aware of it, and they said Harry is using special legal provisions to conceal the identities of those involved. One insider, quoted by Levin, revealed, Harry wants to end all discussion about whether Meghan gave birth herself and about the doubts surrounding Archie and Lilibet. He believes only the courts can silence them. It's constant to Levin. This lawsuit is not just a defensive reaction, it's a manifestation of fear. Since stepping away from royal duties, Harry and Meghan have worked hard to build the image of victims of the press, yet they've also remained in the spotlight through Netflix deals, podcasts, and a memoir. They want to tell their version of the truth, but when others tell a different version, they try to shut them down. Levin calls it the paradox of image control. When you try too hard to define yourself, you risk being redefined by others. In Levin's eyes, this secret legal action is a desperate attempt to reclaim control Harry has already lost. She remarked pointedly, "A man confident in his truth doesn't need a courtroom to defend it. He lets the public decide. But Harry, he's afraid of something." Welbeck cried, and sure enough, as news of the alleged lawsuit spread, public debate exploded across Britain. Some argued that Harry was right to take action. They believed that questioning a child's parentage is cruel, invasive, and potentially damaging to young children. To them, Harry's decision to use legal means was an understandable act of protection for his family. But many others, perhaps the majority, saw it as a sign of panic. The man once admired as a down-to-earth soldier, beloved for his candor and courage, now seemed unrecognizable. To them, he appeared as someone trying to smother every opposing voice rather than face scrutiny. One comment in the Telegraph captured the mood. "If you have nothing to hide, why hide the case itself? It's the secrecy that fuels the suspicion." Rude. Tensions rose further when several independent journalists claimed they had received legal warning letters from Harry's team. Certain social media accounts vanished overnight. Older articles discussing the surrogacy theory disappeared without explanation. These developments fed the growing belief that this was no isolated lawsuit, but part of a larger, systematic effort to control information and protect the Sussex brand. In another interview, Angela Levin made a statement that struck a chord across the country. Harry isn't just protecting his children. He's protecting his memory and perhaps the parts of his past he can't face. Her words left audiences wondering, in that unearthed past Levin alluded to, what secret could be so grave that it drives Harry to such extremes? The more he hides, the more the public wants to know. The quieter he stays, the louder the rumors grow. That is the paradox of modern media. A secret lawsuit doesn't make people forget. It makes them obsess over what's being hidden. And as all eyes turn to the Sussexes once again, a haunting question lingers in the air. Why has a prince once celebrated for his freedom and bravery chosen to act like a man in flight? Has he done something the royal family can never forgive, something that shatters the very traditions of the Windsor bloodline? For centuries, the British royal family has upheld a strict and time-honored tradition when it comes to announcing and verifying the birth of new members. Each time a royal baby is born, every detail from the place of birth and the attending physician to the exact moment of delivery is carefully recorded and made public, not merely as a gesture of celebration, but as a guarantee of legitimacy and a reaffirmation of public trust in the royal line of succession. By custom, when a royal woman goes into labor, Buckingham Palace issues an official statement, traditionally beginning with the words, "Her Royal Highness has safely delivered." That announcement is then displayed in a gilded frame outside the palace gates, bearing the signatures of the royal doctors who confirm the health of both mother and child. Hours later, or at most, within a day, photographers are invited to capture the baby's first appearance, cradled in the arms of the proud parents. It is more than a photo opportunity. It's a symbolic covenant between the monarchy and its people, a visible assurance that the child truly exists, is healthy, and carries royal blood. But when it came to Harry and Meghan, everything changed. During Meghan's pregnancy with Archie, the couple declared their intention to keep the birth private. There was no hospital admission announcement, no mention of royal physicians, and most notably, the traditional medical bulletin, a long-standing requirement, was missing entirely. The media were only informed hours after Archie's birth, with no clear confirmation of where it had taken place. Some reports claimed he was born at Portland Hospital in London, but the hospital offered no statement, and the royal medical staff maintained complete silence. When the public eagerly awaited the first photos of the baby, Harry and Meghan broke with tradition again. Instead of greeting photographers outside the hospital, they staged a private photo session inside St. George's Hall at Windsor 2 days after the birth. The image was distributed through media channels controlled by the couple, with no independent press present. What had once been the window of Britain, a shared national moment, had been turned into a carefully managed production. At first glance, these choices might seem like personal preferences, but to many in Britain, they represented a direct breach of royal protocol, even a challenge to the transparency of the monarchy itself. Some royal experts described it as a severing of the Windsor legacy. Their argument was simple. Once you hold the titles of Duke and Duchess, the birth of your children is no longer purely private. It becomes a matter of public record, tied to the national institution and the line of succession. The situation grew even murkier with the birth of their second child, Lilibet. This time, the couple was completely detached from all royal procedure. No one knew where Meghan gave birth, at what time, or under whose care. There were no hospital photos, no official palace statements, no certified medical bulletins, nothing. Only a brief press release from the Sussex's own media team, sent to American outlets, confirming that Meghan has given birth to a healthy baby girl. Okay. For many Britons, that was the breaking point. Newspapers such as the Daily Mail and The Sun demanded answers. Why does every other royal follow the rules except them? The question soon evolved into suspicion. Was there something being hidden about these two births? That lack of transparency only fueled the allegations raised by Angela Levin, who claimed Meghan may not have given birth herself. Public opinion quickly split into two camps. Meghan's supporters insisted she had every right to privacy, that childbirth is an intimate matter, and no institution, not even the monarchy, should force a woman to put it on display. But critics countered that privacy cannot coexist with royal privilege. If one enjoys a royal title, taxpayer-funded security, and all the privileges of state, one must also accept the obligation of transparency, including the formal verification of a royal birth. What deepened the controversy was Buckingham Palace's silence. No confirmations, no denials. Just an eerie quiet from an institution known for its iron grip on public messaging. Many commentators argued that this silence poured fuel on the fire, leaving the public with the uneasy feeling that something was being concealed. From that moment on, the phrase "breaking royal tradition" became inseparable from the names Harry and Meghan. Their refusal to follow the centuries-old customs surrounding royal births didn't just reshape how the public saw them, it rattled the very foundation of trust and transparency upon which the British monarchy's image depends. And it was from those very gaps that the controversy over Archie and Lilibet's legitimacy began to spread, unleashing a storm the British monarchy hadn't faced in decades. The doubts surrounding the children's legitimacy ignited a wave of public reaction unlike anything seen before. Within hours of Angela Levin's explosive claims, social media across Britain and the U.S. erupted. Hashtags like #RoyalScandal, #ArchieMystery, and #MeghanGate shot straight to the top of the trending charts, amassing millions of comments. Twitter flooded with sarcastic posts, analysis videos, and memes mocking Meghan for allegedly wearing a fake baby bump. Some users even compiled side-by-side comparisons of Meghan's public appearances, examining the shape of her belly frame by frame to prove something wasn't right. The online atmosphere felt like a virtual courtroom, and everyone had a verdict to deliver. On TikTok, dozens of new accounts sprang up solely to investigate the Meghan case, each drawing millions of views. One viral video comparing Meghan walking up palace steps while pregnant to another clip of her bending down to pick up flowers where her belly appeared to fold was shared over 3 million times. In the comments, users were split into two camps, one declaring, "People are blind to the truth," and the other dismissing it as a sick conspiracy theory. That polarization turned what began as a rumor into a full-blown cultural war, a clash of belief, perception, and morality. Late-night shows quickly joined in. On The Late Show, Stephen Colbert quipped, "We used to have Diana hunted by paparazzi, now we have Meghan dissected by the internet. Seems the royal family never gets a break." Meanwhile, in the UK, The Graham Norton Show ran a mock segment featuring imaginary royal babies, leaving audiences in hysterics but also reflecting the biting satire now aimed at Harry and Meghan. What began as gossip soon dominated front-page headlines. Radar Online was the first to publish a shocking headline. If the allegations are true, this would be the greatest constitutional crisis in modern royal history. The article explained that if Archie and Lilibet were not of Windsor blood, the entire royal line of succession could be called into question, potentially collapsing public faith in the monarchy itself. The Daily Mail framed it as a moral issue, asking, why do Harry and Meghan preach truth while avoiding transparency? Meanwhile, The Times and The Telegraph ran in-depth editorials, warning that this was no longer a tabloid story, it was a challenge to the very foundation of the British monarchy. The media frenzy triggered a chain reaction. Every headline, every comment, every online debate seemed to add more fuel to the fire. While many accused Angela Levin of going too far, others began to seriously question Harry and Meghan's credibility. They recalled how the couple had once proclaimed, "We choose transparency," yet consistently withheld crucial details from birth logistics and photo releases to the timing of official registrations. The skepticism deepened as television commentators echoed the same point. If they have nothing to hide, why defy every royal tradition that has stood for centuries? An Australian paper went further, calling it the tragedy of storytellers who are no longer believed. Indeed, Harry and Meghan's public image, once built on authenticity, bravery, and openness, now seemed to crumble under the weight of its own contradictions. The story didn't stop at Britain's borders. American, Canadian, and European outlets all joined the chorus with headlines like, "The British Monarchy Faces a Crisis of Trust." On YouTube, royal commentary channels gained millions of views overnight. Constitutional law experts were invited on television to discuss hypothetical scenarios. If these claims were ever proven, what would happen to the line of succession? What had begun as whispers about a private matter had evolved into something far greater, a constitutional and political storm questioning not just two people, but the very legitimacy of the crown itself. But what stood out most was that public outrage was no longer directed solely at Meghan this time. Prince Harry himself became the main target. Many felt he had lost his identity, once a beloved soldier. Now, a man consumed by media pressure and an obsession with control. Online comments questioned bluntly, is he protecting his family or protecting a secret? What began as curiosity had now turned into a full-blown crisis of trust. The debates, memes, and opinion pieces were no longer just dissecting Meghan, they were challenging the honesty of the entire royal system. As one commentator put it, if the monarchy is built on trust, this scandal is the earthquake cracking its foundation, ends it. And in the middle of that storm, Harry and Meghan, no matter how silent they tried to remain, couldn't escape the vortex of suspicion. The public no longer saw them as victims, but as players dangerously toying with the flames of their own story. As skepticism spread across social media, Prince Harry, once seen as the image of calm confidence, reacted in a way that stunned everyone. Instead of appearing publicly to offer clarity or evidence, he went on the offensive, sending a wave of cease and desist letters to journalists, YouTubers, and social media accounts discussing the controversy. Those letters were said to be written in a tone of anger and intimidation. According to The Telegraph, some even warned that if recipients continued spreading misinformation about the Sussex family, they would face serious legal consequences. The move led many to believe Harry was spiraling, acting on emotion rather than strategy. In the public eye, he no longer looked like a man defending his loved ones, but a prince panicking to prevent something from being exposed. The media pounced. Outlets like the Daily Mail and the Express, already critical of Harry, called it a desperate act, while The Guardian observed, every letter Harry sends only makes the story spread further. And that's exactly what happened. The more he threatened, the more curious people became. YouTubers and bloggers who received those warnings began posting detailed videos describing the letters. giving audiences even more reason to believe Harry was hiding something uncomfortable. Soon, the hashtag number Prince Panic began trending across platforms. Memes flooded the internet, portraying Harry as a man trying to silence the world with legal envelopes. One viral comment read, "If he has nothing to hide, why act like a guilty man?" Within days, the image of Harry, once tied to courage and honesty, had shifted into a symbol of fear and overreaction. The situation worsened when reports emerged of chaos within Harry's own team. According to Radar Online, his legal advisors and PR staff were deeply divided. One camp urged silence, warning that a small problem could turn into a full-blown media crisis. The other pushed for an emotional counter-campaign portraying Harry as a wounded father defending his family's honor. In the end, neither plan fully materialized. An insider described the chaos bluntly. "It's like a ship drifting without a captain." Each day brought conflicting headlines, one claiming Harry was suing multiple YouTube channels, another insisting his lawyers denied it. The harder his team tried to control the narrative, the more disorganized they appeared. Even longtime supporters of the Sussexes began admitting that the couple was losing their grip on media strategy, the very skill that had once been their greatest asset since leaving the royal family. Angela Levin, the woman who started the entire storm, spoke up again. "Harry's reaction only proves I struck the nerve he fears most. Innocent people don't need to silence others." The quote went viral, shared millions of times, cutting even deeper into the prince's already damaged public image. Media analysts agreed that Harry's legal tactics had backfired completely. Every cease and desist letter became public proof that he was feeling threatened. And once the public senses fear, they assume one thing: where there's smoke, there's fire. Instead of extinguishing the rumors, Harry had unwittingly fanned the flames of doubt higher than ever. A BBC commentator put it bluntly, "Harry is fighting the internet, and that's a battle he can't win." Indeed, in the age of social media, no one can silence millions of voices. Every attempt to shut down the conversation only makes the story spread wider, travel faster, and grow more vivid in the hands of the online masses. In the end, Harry's actions didn't defend his honor, they destroyed what was left of his public image. Gone was the steady, disciplined soldier Britain once admired. In his place stood a man cornered, disoriented, reacting on impulse rather than reason. Ironically, Harry's desperate attempt to control the narrative only proved how little control he had left. Instead of regaining trust, he reinforced what many had suspected all along, that perhaps he really was hiding something. And just as the debate over Archie and Lilibet's legitimacy reached its peak, something strange happened. Meghan Markle vanished. No posts on Archewell, no public appearances, no statements addressing the accusations threatening to shatter her reputation. While Harry scrambled, firing off legal warnings, threatening lawsuits, and plunging the situation deeper into chaos, Meghan chose absolute silence. Her disappearance quickly became the new obsession. Meghan, once the mastermind behind every frame, every headline, every calculated public move, had suddenly gone dark in the middle of the storm. Observers believed this wasn't retreat, but strategy. Meghan knew that every time she spoke, the media exploded. She'd been accused of manipulating Harry, of weaponizing the press against the royal family, of turning personal pain into a brand. Now, by stepping back and letting Harry take the heat, she was executing a calculated image trade, a survival move. PR experts called her silence the smartest defensive act she could make. Had she spoken up, every eye would have turned on her again. The woman long accused of orchestrating the rebellion against the monarchy. But by vanishing, she avoided direct blame, while subtly positioning herself as someone who might later reappear. Calm and wounded, as the wronged woman, true the M. Her silence became even more striking given her history. For years, Meghan controlled every piece of the Sussex media machine, from Netflix deals to the Archetypes podcast, from the Oprah interview to the crafting of her misunderstood woman image. Harry had always been the quieter one, Meghan the strategist. But this time, their roles flipped. Harry was the one reacting, emotional, erratic, exposed. Meghan was silent, cold, calculating, deliberate. That reversal fueled new speculation that something inside the Sussex partnership was cracking. Analysts pointed out that the couple's media strategy had always been unified until now. Their sudden divergence hinted at deeper fractures behind the polished facade. Online, Meghan's disappearance turned into a meme phenomenon. Posts read, "Someone check if Meghan's still in California," or "The Queen of PR has gone off air." One viral comment summed up the public mood: Harry's burning and Meghan's watching from a distance. Loyal fans defended her, saying she was staying calm to protect her family. But to most observers, her silence felt strategic and chillingly detached. As debates raged, the once unbreakable image of the couple who stood united against the world began to fracture. Harry now appeared lost, frantic, and defensive. Meghan, in contrast, seemed controlled and tactical, knowing exactly when to disappear and when to wait. To the public, they no longer looked like a team, but two individuals fighting separate battles for self-preservation. And then came the question everyone whispered: was Meghan's silence simply self-defense, or the first move in something far more deliberate? Because, according to Angela Levin, behind that silence may lie a sophisticated legal trap, one only Meghan is clever enough to avoid. But is her silence part of a larger game? Let's see how Angela Levin's legal trap was set. Angela Levin is not just a sharp royal commentator, she's someone who understands the rules of both media and law. When she suggested that Archie and Lilibet might not carry true royal blood, it wasn't a reckless statement. Her delivery, the choice of words, the timing, and the platform revealed a meticulously calculated strategy. A kind of legal trap set in plain sight. She never stated anything as fact. Yet she never denied the possibility either. Her phrasing lived in the gray zone, provocative enough to shock the public, but cautious enough to avoid a defamation lawsuit. By speaking live on television, before millions of viewers, Levin forced Harry into a perfect dilemma. If he stayed silent, it could be read as an admission that something was amiss. If he reacted or sued, he'd face an even greater risk, being compelled to disclose private medical records, birth certificates, and documents related to his children. That was the brilliance of Levin's trap. She knew Harry's temperament: impulsive, emotional, often reactive. All she had to do was provoke him into striking back. If he brought the matter to court, the secrets he had worked so hard to protect could end up being revealed not by Levin, but by the legal process itself, which demands transparency. Once the case entered the courtroom, medical details, witnesses, and official documentation could all become public record, and at that point, Harry would lose control of his own narrative entirely. Legal experts in Britain quickly caught on. A royal lawyer quoted anonymously by the Daily Mail put it bluntly: "If Harry sues Angela Levin, he'll be shooting himself in the foot." Such a lawsuit would open doors he'd spent years trying to keep closed, not only to the media, but to history itself. British courts, when handling cases involving royal members, make no exception in requiring proof. And that's where Levin's genius lies. She didn't need to win with evidence. She only needed to win through reaction. She trapped Harry in a no-win scenario by merely asking questions. She positioned herself as the provocateur. By reacting, he confirmed her power over the story. Every step Harry took, every warning letter, every PR misstep became further proof that he was rattled, fearful, and possibly hiding something. Levin understood this psychology, and she weaponized it. She didn't need to prove anything concrete. Harry's panic did that for her. But the implications of her trap extend far beyond personal rivalry. They strike at the foundation of the British monarchy itself, an institution built on honor, legitimacy, and lineage. At first glance, Levin's accusations might appear to be about private family matters. In truth, they threaten one of the most sensitive constitutional principles in modern Britain. In a constitutional monarchy, the legitimacy of royal bloodlines isn't just symbolic, it's structural. It underpins the entire system of succession, inheritance, and national identity. Under British law and royal tradition, the right to inherit the throne depends on verified, lawful descent. Every person in the line of succession must be the legitimate child of someone within the royal bloodline. That's why every royal birth, whether of a prince or princess, must be formally witnessed, documented, and certified. Any doubt over parentage could nullify titles, revoke ranks, and remove individuals from the royal succession entirely. So when Angela Levin posed the question, "Do Archie and Lilibet truly carry Windsor blood?" she wasn't just intruding into Harry and Meghan's private lives, she was touching the constitutional heart of the United Kingdom. Throughout history, the royal family has maintained strict ceremonial safeguards precisely to prevent such doubts. Public birth announcements, medical bulletins signed by royal physicians, and official photos of the mother and child following delivery. These traditions, often dismissed as mere formality, are in fact the monarchy's transparency shield, the visible proof of legitimacy that sustains public trust. By breaking all of these conventions, refusing royal doctors, hiding the place of birth, withholding medical statements, and avoiding public presentation, Harry and Meghan undermined that shield. And for constitutional scholars, this was more than a breach of protocol. It was a warning sign. Because if the monarchy allows such exceptions, it risks creating a dangerous precedent, one where trust erodes. And future generations may ask the unthinkable question, who can truly prove they are royal if the evidence no longer exists? Several observers in London now believe this is no longer a media scandal. It's a question of the monarchy's stability itself. A constitutional law professor at King's College commented, "Once the public begins to doubt the legitimacy of someone who bears a royal title, the symbolic power of the crown begins to crumble." And indeed, these doubts no longer threaten just the personal image of Harry and Meghan, they place King Charles under mounting pressure to preserve faith in the very institution he represents. At this point, every move Harry and Meghan make, whether reacting, remaining silent, or pursuing legal action, carries political weight. They are no longer defending private honor. They are entangled in a game that could reshape the standing of the British monarchy itself. The implications are clear. What once seemed like a private drama has evolved into a potential constitutional earthquake. The scandal surrounding Harry and Meghan is no longer a story of personal conflict. From Angela Levin's shocking allegations about the legitimacy of Archie and Lilibet, to the rumored secret lawsuit Harry is said to be waging to silence the press, every detail connects into a chain of crises unprecedented in modern royal history. It all began with their decision to break royal birth traditions, concealing the place of birth, withholding the medical bulletin, and refusing a public appearance. What seemed like a minor act of privacy became a direct challenge to centuries of royal custom. That lack of transparency opened the floodgates to public suspicion, fueling a hunger for information that spiraled beyond control. When Harry lashed out with legal threats and emotional reactions, while Meghan maintained strategic silence, the image of the united couple completely collapsed. Amid the chaos, Angela Levin stood calmly on the opposite side, poised, strategic, and always one step ahead. She used language as her weapon, crafting her words to provoke and to corner Harry into a legal trap. "Stay silent, and you look guilty," React, and you risk exposing the truth yourself. Now, this controversy threatens far more than two reputations. It casts a shadow over the credibility and stability of the entire British monarchy. Can Harry and Meghan ever regain the public's trust, or has the damage already gone too far? Angela Levin has warned. This is only the beginning. So what comes next for the Duke and Duchess redemption? Or reckoning? Stay tuned, and share your thoughts below. Under dim lights in a closed meeting room in Geneva, Prince Harry stood alone before rows of mostly empty seats. His voice trembled. Stripped of the confidence of a man once accustomed to crowds, he spoke slowly, weighing each word, then admitted that he had been manipulated and used by the very person he believed was love, an escape, and his entire future. As the words echoed through the room, tears could no longer be held back. This was not a staged, dramatic moment, but the very real collapse of a man who had wandered too far from where he truly belonged. From the dream of freedom in California, where Harry once believed he could rebuild his life and escape ritual, duty, and judgmental eyes, the story gradually shifted in a different direction. Media contracts failed to deliver the liberation he expected. Promises of autonomy turned into new forms of pressure, and by the year 2026, instead of an independent prince, the public saw an exhausted man, questioned over his motives and steadily losing trust. Against this backdrop, Princess Anne appeared without noise, but with unmistakable coldness. She offered no comfort and made no effort to hide her doubt. Through the metaphor of the boy who cried wolf, Anne implied that Harry had told too many stories, burned through the patience of the royal family, and reached a point where no one could tell truth from a final plea for help. Any hope of returning, of being understood and forgiven, was effectively sealed at that moment. This is a story of betrayal, not only of family, but of oneself. It is a tale of regret that arrived too late, and a royal tragedy unfolding before a global audience. What do you think? Does Harry deserve forgiveness from the royal family after everything? Comment number 1, if yes. Number 2, if no. And we will explore the reasons right now. To understand how Harry fell into this tragedy, it is necessary to turn back time to the earliest days of his royal escape. In January of the year 2026, Prince Harry returned to the United Kingdom in circumstances he personally believed marked a final chance for reintegration. His lawsuit against the Daily Mail was presented as a legal action, but to longtime royal watchers, it was clearly a test. Harry appeared before the public, hoping that confronting the British media, which he had long blamed for every tragedy in his life, might open a new door to dialogue with his family. The response from the palace, however, suggested the opposite. Just 24 hours before Harry landed, Prince William and Princess Catherine left London and flew directly to Scotland for a suddenly announced work engagement. There was no private meeting. There was no public greeting. That absence, though unexplained, spoke volumes. Among observers, this move was not seen as accidental. It reflected a calculated decision to avoid any image that could be interpreted as reconciliation or support. For Harry, it was a chilling signal. He could return to England, but he no longer held a place within the family inner circle. The sense of exclusion that had haunted him even before his royal departure was now confirmed in a clear and public way. To understand why matters reached this point, one must look further back into the past, before Meghan appeared, before declarations of freedom and liberation became slogans. In the year 2013, Harry met Lady Arabella at a discreet charity event, attended by long-established aristocratic families. Arabella was described as an ideal match in the eyes of the palace. Appropriate background, traditional education, a reserved personality with no media ambition. Their relationship was quiet, yet serious enough for many royal advisors to view it as a safe path for Harry's future. According to sources close to the matter, Arabella not only understood the pressures of royal life, but was also willing to accept a role behind the scenes, something the palace has always valued. In many private discussions, she was mentioned as a perfect bride, not because of romantic love, but because of stability. For Harry, it represented a choice between a carefully mapped path and a growing desire for personal freedom. By the year 2016, when Meghan entered Harry's life, the balance shifted immediately. The pull of a different world, one where Harry was encouraged to express emotion, speak openly about trauma, and challenge tradition, brought his relationship with Arabella to a swift end. Harry rejected what many called a perfect marriage. At the time, that decision was seen as brave. He chose love over duty, emotion over the rigid structure of the monarchy. 10 years later, the contrast is bitter. Lady Arabella now has 2 children and lives a quiet, stable life far from public controversy. Meanwhile, Harry stands before British courts, facing a family that has turned away and a reputation that has been severely eroded. This comparison is not meant to glorify one choice or condemn another, but it raises a fundamental question about the cost of impulsive decisions. In internal documents and accounts from those who once worked with Harry, one recurring point stands out. He was not lacking in warnings, from media advisors and security staff to his own brother. All emphasized that completely severing ties with the monarchy and gambling on a California dream was a path filled with risk. But Harry, driven by a need to prove himself, interpreted those warnings as control. As the Daily Mail lawsuit unfolded, many realized that this was more than a legal battle. It was Harry's final attempt to reclaim control over his own narrative. Yet the avoidance by William and Catherine made it clear that the royal family was no longer willing to participate in that story. To them, Harry was no longer a lost brother who needed to be brought home, but an element of instability that required distance. Harry's past was once seen as nearly perfect within the royal framework. He had status, he had public support, he had safe choices in his personal life. Yet his repeated rejection of stability, driven by the belief that it meant confinement, led him into a series of poor decisions. Those decisions did not collapse overnight. They took time to accumulate, and their consequences only became clear when there was no path back. But the California dream quickly turned into a nightmare. And to understand how Harry gradually lost himself, it is necessary to look closely at the years that followed, when promised freedom slowly became an invisible cage closing in around him. When Harry arrived in California, the story presented to the public was one of freedom. He left the royal family to escape a predetermined role, to become an independent individual with his own voice and mission. Yet, after only a few years, what unfolded revealed a very different reality. This new life did not liberate Harry. It gradually redefined him in a narrower and more faded way, ultimately eroding the very identity he once fought to protect. Public appearances were where this transformation became most visible. At the Ripple of Hope Awards in the year 2023, Harry stood beside Meghan but barely spoke. Cameras focused on her story, and on the message she wished to convey. Harry stood there, nodding and smiling at the appropriate moments, but without a leading role. Observers described him as a supporting figure placed on stage to complete the image, not to tell his own story. At the Women of Vision event in the year 2024, the pattern repeated. Meghan was at the center. The speech, the message, and even the controversy that followed revolved around her. Harry remained silent. There was no additional statement. There was no effort to balance the image. In photographs shared online, he appeared slightly behind her, often with his gaze directed toward Meghan as if waiting for a signal. For a man who was once a military officer, accustomed to making decisions and bearing responsibility, This shift could not be considered accidental. The Invictus Games in the year 2025 should have been the moment for Harry to reclaim his position. This was the initiative most closely associated with his name, his clearest personal legacy after leaving the royal family. Yet even here, his role was no longer the same. Meghan appeared frequently in the media. Messaging was shaped around family imagery and a shared personal brand. Harry, the founder, spoke less than ever. Some former Invictus colleagues admitted that access to him had become difficult, with all scheduling handled through Meghan's team. This silence did not occur at just one or two events. Over several years, Harry appeared quietly at least 5 major events in a row, not because he had nothing to say, but because his role seemed to have been predetermined. In a leaked private call, Harry admitted that he was once a man with a mission, and now only a supporting character. The statement was not made in anger, but in a tired tone. It reflected a prolonged identity crisis, not a momentary emotion. From a military serviceman who found meaning in discipline and service, Harry gradually became part of what the media described as the Meghan Show. Every project, from podcasts to television deals, carried her imprint. Harry appeared as the supporter, the companion, the man standing beside her. At first, this shift was seen as a sign of a modern and equal partnership. Over time, however, the balance disappeared. Meghan had the voice. Harry had the presence. Internal documents from the communications team indicate that Harry's image was carefully managed to minimize risk. He spoke less freely. Sensitive topics were avoided. This stood in stark contrast to the rebellious image he embraced when leaving the royal family. Instead of free expression, Harry entered another rigid framework, different only in who held control. This transformation had a profound impact on Harry's mental state. Those who interacted with him in California described a man who was more irritable, less confident, and increasingly doubtful of his own worth. He was no longer seen as a prince or a former officer, but as an accessory to a shared brand. This was especially evident in private meetings, where Harry rarely took the lead in conversation. Family life, promoted as a safe haven, did not fully restore balance either. The pressure to maintain a flawless image, a model family, and consistent messaging narrowed the private space. Harry did not just leave the royal family. He also left behind the support network that once helped him cope with psychological trauma from his past. In California, he gained symbolic freedom, but lost mental structure. Many analysts argue that this lack of structure is precisely what caused Harry to fade. Within the royal family, his role was clearly defined. Outside it, he had to build a new identity, but did so within a relationship where the center of power was not his. From freedom, life in California gradually became a form of invisible imprisonment. There were no bars, but there were boundaries without names. The contrast between the public image and personal reality grew wider with time. In the media, Harry continued to be presented as a co-founder and a partner. Behind the scenes, however, he became increasingly silent. This silence was not a strategy, but the result of no longer knowing in what capacity he was supposed to speak. As a prince, as a former soldier, or merely as the husband of Meghan. The years in California, rather than bringing healing, deepened old wounds. Harry once spoke of wanting to escape the shadow of his family. Ironically, he stepped into another shadow, more subtle and far harder to escape. As his sense of self was gradually worn away, cracks began to appear not only in public view. Those cracks slowly crept into private life, into closed-door conversations, into doubts about motives, sincerity, and the very path Harry had chosen. From there, darker suspicions began to take shape, signaling that an even harsher phase lay ahead. The fractures in Harry's marriage did not appear suddenly. They accumulated over time, beginning with small differences, especially in parenting. When Archie turned 5 and Lily reached the age of 3. Questions about parental presence in daily life became more sensitive than ever. Harry wanted a stable rhythm, less travel, and a clear priority on family time. Meghan pursued a demanding schedule, constantly traveling for projects, events, and private meetings. The gap created by long absences was not only about time, it was about Harry feeling that he was carrying the responsibility of fatherhood alone, while the role of motherhood became fragmented by work and ambition. According to those who had close contact with the family, arguments over parenting did not revolve around money or material conditions. They centered on presence. Harry worried that his children were growing up in a home with constant comings and goings, ever-changing teams of assistants, and parents who rarely appeared together in ordinary moments. For him, this mirrored his own childhood, where absence and insecurity left deep scars. Meghan viewed the issue differently. She believed that her career and influence were also a way of protecting the children's future. These disagreements were initially hidden behind public messages of a happy family. Behind closed doors, however, they became a constant source of tension, slowly eroding mutual trust. At the same time, another detail began to draw Harry's attention. Luxury gifts started appearing with increasing frequency. Diamond necklaces, limited edition handbags, and expensive items that came without receipts or clear explanations. According to internal records Harry later accessed, these gifts were linked to a mogul from the Gulf, someone seeking to build strategic relationships with globally influential figures. At first, Harry was told that these were personal diplomatic gifts with no obligations attached. The ambiguity unsettled him. Having lived in an environment where every gift had to be declared and strictly controlled, Harry recognized the hidden risks, not only ethical concerns, but also issues of security and reputation. Harry's doubts did not stop at material matters. In the year 2024, he discovered at least 3 secret meetings between Meghan and the Gulf mogul team. These meetings did not appear on shared schedules. One instance stood out in particular. It took place roughly 20 hours after Harry appeared alone in public, with visibly red eyes and clear exhaustion. The timing was too striking for him to ignore. When he confronted her, Harry did not receive a satisfactory answer. Instead, he was accused of being paranoid and trapped in his royal past. Meghan described him as a relic of the gilded cage, implying that his concerns stemmed from outdated thinking and a fear of losing control. According to family psychology experts, this type of response constitutes gaslighting, causing the other person to doubt their own perception. The psychological pressure from prolonged arguments, combined with the feeling of being excluded from major decisions, pushed Harry to the edge. In August of the year 2025, he quietly filed for divorce. The decision was not made public, but it was enough to shock those involved. For Harry, it was not an impulsive act, but a final attempt to reclaim autonomy and protect his children from what he believed to be an unhealthy environment. However, not long after, everything shifted. A health incident involving Lily, described as a respiratory panic episode, led Harry to withdraw the divorce filing. The image of Lily in hospital, fragile and in need of both parents' presence, deeply affected him. In that moment, doubt and resentment were pushed aside by fear of loss. Harry chose to stay, at least for the time being. The decision to withdraw the divorce filing did not mean that the problems were resolved. It only covered them with a fragile layer of silence. Luxury gifts continued to appear, travel continued, and private meetings, though more discreet, did not completely stop. Harry, in his role as a husband and a father, was trapped between the desire to protect his family and the feeling that he was being pushed to the margins. Those close to him noticed that Harry became increasingly withdrawn. He attended fewer joint events, shared his thoughts less often, and appeared constantly guarded. Trust, the foundation of any relationship, had been severely eroded. With each gift of unclear origin and each unexplained meeting, the cracks in the marriage grew deeper. Notably, Meghan did not fully deny the meetings with the Gulf mogul team. She only downplayed their significance, emphasizing business and strategic considerations. Yet this very approach made Harry feel that he was no longer an equal partner. He was not consulted. He was only informed after everything had already been decided. In this context, suspicion of betrayal did not carry only a romantic meaning. It expanded into the realm of trust and life purpose. Harry began to question whether the marriage was still built on shared values or merely a partnership for image and benefit. That question had no clear answer, but it was enough to destabilize what little remained. Betrayal, however it was defined, did not stay confined to the personal sphere. Secret decisions, opaque relationships, and the gradual exclusion of Harry from the center of family power began to directly affect his career. From here, pressure accumulated over many years pushed Harry toward a shocking decision, not only about his marriage, but about the entire path he had chosen. The collapse of Harry's career did not happen in a single moment. It was the result of a prolonged series of failures, beginning with contracts once seen as guarantees of life after the monarchy. Netflix, the largest partner and a symbol of the dream of financial independence, fell into stagnation. Projects were announced with great fanfare but failed to progress. The content was criticized for lacking depth, offering no new perspective, and relying too heavily on retelling old conflicts with the royal family. Within 2 years, 3 major projects were shelved in succession, with no clear release timeline, severely damaging trust from the platform. Spotify moved first. After 1 season, the partnership was terminated. The stated reasons were differences in content direction and performance that failed to meet expectations. But industry insiders pointed to a core issue of inconsistency. Episodes failed to create a distinctive mark. Harry rarely appeared in a leading role. His personal brand, already fading in recent years, was not strong enough to retain audiences. At the same time, Archewell, the organization once promoted as a charitable and media platform with a social mission, entered an audit process. Internal reports indicated irregularities in fund allocation, with sums reaching millions of dollars lacking clear explanation. Although there were no immediate criminal accusations, the audit inflicted serious reputational damage. Potential partners paused cooperation. Smaller donors withdrew quietly. Archewell shifted from a symbol of a new beginning into a legal and financial burden. For Harry, this was a double blow. Not only did he lose stable income, he also lost the foundation to assert his personal value. What remained were the costs of maintaining a lifestyle in the United States, a large staff, and financial obligations stemming from previous relationships. In this context, leaving the United States was no longer an emotional choice, but a step driven by survival. On the 23rd day of January, in the year 2026, Harry officially relinquished his residency status. The decision was made quickly and discreetly. He sold his car, reduced staff, and terminated many long-term service contracts. Former colleagues confirmed that numerous employees were dismissed within a short period, not due to personal conflict, but because payment was no longer sustainable. One detail rarely mentioned was Harry's repayment of debts related to Tyler Perry. Early assistance, once viewed as a lifeline, had become a psychological burden. Repayment was not only a financial matter, but an effort to cut dependence. Harry wanted to leave with as few ties as possible, even if that meant starting again from a very low point. His destination was Hampshire, a choice rich in symbolism. It was not glamorous, not luxurious, and far enough from the media center. There, Harry sought a quiet that California could no longer provide. The move was not promoted as a triumphant return. but resembled a strategic retreat after all other options were exhausted. Financial experts observed that this collapse was not caused solely by a harsh market. It reflected a lack of clear direction. Harry failed to define his role within projects. He was not a professional producer. Nor was he still a royal symbol. That void left products bearing his name without a clear identity and unable to compete. Internally, Harry Mood was described as both exhausted and resolute. Exhausted by efforts that yielded no results. Resolute because he recognized that remaining in the United States would only prolong failure. Leaving, though painful, allowed him to cut losses and reassess the entire journey he had taken. The cold figures from Netflix, Spotify, and Archewell put a full stop to the California dream. Financial freedom did not materialize. Control over his own life story was also never achieved. Instead, there came a series of compromises, failures, and losses of credibility. With everything already lost, Harry had nothing left to protect through silence. Choosing to confront the situation in Geneva was not an impulsive act, but the inevitable result of a prolonged collapse. It was the moment he was forced to speak, not to save his career, but to change the final direction of his life. On the 22nd day of January in the year 2026, Geneva became an unavoidable stop for Harry. This appearance was not meant to promote a project or defend a reputation. He publicly apologized, not a vague apology to the media, but an admission of personal mistakes. Harry said that he had remained silent for too long, had allowed everything to spiral out of control, and had contributed to the chaos through his own hesitation. His voice was not raised, not dramatic, but it was enough for listeners to understand that this was an irreversible turning point. During his extended statement, Harry revealed a detail that completely changed the perception of the past years. He said that he had received an anonymous email containing 3 audio files. These files were accompanied by information indicating that Meghan had signed secret agreements, selling internal information related to Charles, William, and Catherine during the period from the year 2020 to the year 2022. What shocked Harry was not only the content, but the fact that these agreements had been signed without his consent. According to Harry, the audio recordings were not illegally obtained recordings from public spaces. They were private conversations, shared in a context of trust. Their commercialization, he said, was a serious violation of privacy. This was especially shocking when placed alongside 6 years of public statements about protecting private life and opposing media intrusion. Harry admitted that this contradiction was what ultimately forced him to speak out, even knowing the consequences would be severe. The response from the royal family came quickly but coldly. Princess Anne issued a brief statement. Without going into detail, she repeated the metaphor of the boy who cried wolf, emphasizing that when warnings are repeated too many times, trust runs dry. In Anne's approach, this was not a complete denial, but a refusal to engage in a new cycle. The royal family neither confirmed nor denied the allegations. They chose to remain outside. William and Catherine continued to remain silent. Their official schedule proceeded as normal, focused on pre-planned duties. There was no personal statement, no indirect response. For many observers, this silence was strategic. It avoided fueling further controversy and showed that their priorities had fully shifted toward succession and institutional stability. Behind the scenes, information about the anonymous email spread quickly. The 3 audio files became the center of discussion, not only because of their content, but because of how they surfaced. Harry insisted that he did not seek them out or purchase them. Receiving the email, he said, was a sign that third parties were exploiting internal conflict for their own interests. However, this did not lessen the personal shock he faced. Trust within the marriage, already fragile, nearly collapsed entirely. The Geneva climax, therefore, was not only a moment of public apology, It was the point at which Harry was forced to choose between continuing to protect a shared image or confronting his personal truth. By speaking out, even without providing technical details, he broke a silence that had lasted for years. But it also placed him under deep suspicion from both sides. The public questioned timing and motives. The royal family kept its distance, and those who once supported him began to divide. Media experts observed that Harry's move in Geneva was more self-destructive than restorative. It did not help him regain a lost career. Nor did it secure sympathy from his family. Yet from another perspective, it was an attempt to reclaim the right to tell his own story. Even if late and full of risk, Harry seemed to understand that after Geneva, there was no path back to the ambiguity of before. Notably, throughout the entire statement, Harry barely spoke about the future of the relationship. He focused on personal responsibility and consequences. This suggested that the Geneva climax was not the final peak, but a door opening onto an even more difficult phase. Because once the truth is placed on the table, the deepest consequences do not lie in politics or media. The real tragedy begins to emerge elsewhere. In the children, in the question Harry must face next, between love, the duty of fatherhood, and the desire for freedom. Which path will he choose? The dispute over the children became the most intense front after all other attempts at reconciliation failed one by one. In the year 2025, both sides entered a mediation process with the hope of finding a stable arrangement for Archie and Lily. Harry proposed a two-continent living model. He wanted the children to spend time in Britain and in America, maintaining a connection with their paternal family while not being cut off from their current life. Meghan rejected this outright. She argued that constant movement created instability for young children and emphasized that decision-making authority belonged to the place where the children lived on a regular basis. The mediation lasted for